Hello and welcome back to True Crime Metrix, everybody. How are we all doing? How's everyone in the chat and not in the chat? Or just out there? Maybe there's people that aren't even on this live broadcast that we still care about. Maybe there's not. We'll find out next time. Oh, yeah. Well, thank you, everybody, for wishing us well on 4,000 subscribers. It feels like only 3 weeks ago that we crossed the last 1,000 subscriber landmine or milestone, or whatever that phrase is. Milestone, definitely. Another 1,000 subscriber landmine passed. Yeah, it feels like only 3 weeks ago. Oh, it was. That was quick, wasn't it? That was quick. Excellent stuff, guys. Couldn't appreciate you more for being here with us as a subscriber. Well done. So we are going to be continuing our full trial marathon. What did Acapella just call it in Discord? A Magbanuatharon. No, a Magbanuatheron. A Magbathron. I can't remember what it was, but it was brilliant. Acapella, spell it in the chat, please. A Magbanuathon. A Magbanuathon, that's it. This is the Magbanuathon of Magbanuathon. Yeah, of Katie Magbanua, who had a retrial. Had a retrial for the murder, her role in the murder of Professor Dan Markel. Fantastic Markel. Ah, what a terrible event that was. Yeah. Well, we did most of day one of the trial. I think it's a 10-day trial all in all. So 2 weeks in court speak. And we're going to be jumping straight into everybody's favourite lovable uncle, who used to be a cop, General Isom today, who, as I remember it from preparing these videos, has some trouble getting into the chair on the witness stand. Now, it's not because he doesn't fit. You may think that now that he's retired, he doesn't need to run anymore. It's just eating competition after the next. Just one after the next. One win, one gold medal after gold medal all day through his retirement. But it's not a case that he doesn't fit. I don't think he really understands how to get into a chair or which way he should be. It's quite confusing. And it's one of those things where if someone made a mistake and then corrected it straight away, you'd forgive it and forget it, right? We all would. But this just goes on for too long, where you're thinking, is this part of an act? Or it's like a cabaret performance, you know? Like he's the guy that comes up as the warm-up act before the escapologist to demonstrate the dangers of getting in a chair. Right? You'll see what I mean. We're going to play that right now, guys, okay? We're going to play that right now. But how? Like this.
Good afternoon. Please introduce yourself and spell your name.
Alright, I think we just need to, just before we really get going, guys, I think it's important to science and to furniture that we watch that at 50% speed. So let me just get it ready. Okay, now we go to the speed setting. Should we go to 0.25? No, that's crazy. We'll be here all week. 0.5. So he goes down the first time. No, that's wrong. Just looks uncomfortable, doesn't it? Yes, steady yourself on the witness stand. Right. You good?
Good afternoon. Please introduce your...
I mean, I suppose he did get there in the end. Wrong one. Oh, what's this? We can go to top quality. Should we go it? Should we do it? Should we do 1080p? HD? It's not really any better, is it? We'll just leave it on auto. We want to change the speed back, though. Welcome, Tracy L., Leslie, Riding Shotgun, California, Amy, Torrentina, Georgina, Acapella, and Jill Jane. Rebecca Ross, welcome back, Rebecca Ross. Who else have we got in chat? Neverly Darlin, of course. And the fabulous Leslie. We'll do you twice today, Leslie.
Yourself and spell your name.
Craig Isom, C-R-A-I-G-I-S-O-M.
How are you employed, Mr. Isom?
I'm currently retired.
What are you retired from?
Tallahassee Police Department.
How long did you work for TPD?
28 and a half years.
What were your
You don't need to count the 0.5.
duties at TPD?
I had numerous over the time period. The last 10, I was in criminal investigation.
As part of your duties in criminal investigation?
And the 18 before that, I was sweeping up. A lot of sweeping.
Did you investigate homicides?
Yes,
Were you assigned to investigate the homicide of Dan Markel?
I was.
Were you the lead investigator in that case?
Yes, I was.
Were you assisted by any other law enforcement agencies?
Yes.
What other agencies?
Specifically, the Federal Bureau of Investigation.
All right. Did you personally respond to the crime scene in this case?
Yes.
And is that crime scene located in Leon County?
Yes.
All right. And when you arrived at the scene, had the victim already been transported to the hospital?
Yes, he had.
All right. Was there any evidence that you observed on the crime scene that this was a robbery or a break-in?
No.
Any evidence that anything had been stolen or removed from the property of the vehicle?
No.
So where do you start an investigation like this?
Well, you try to find out as much background as you can on the victim and what his activities and actions were leading up to the crime.
All right, let's talk about what evidence there was on the scene. Do you know if the victim was dressed in gym clothes?
Yes.
Okay, and had a gym bag or a gym towel in the car?
There was items of that nature in the car.
All right. We've heard testimony that he had a cell phone in his hand. Do we have any evidence that he was on the phone at the time?
Yes, there was a reporting person who actually was conversing with Mr. Markel at the time that the incident occurred.
All right, and was that the person whose business card was located inside the vehicle?
I believe so.
All right, and was a neighborhood canvass done to see if anybody in the neighborhood saw anything?
Yes, there was.
All right, and were you able to develop a witness, the neighbor, Mr. Geiger, who we already heard from?
Yes.
All right, anybody else see anything in the neighborhood?
No.
All right, and when you were working on establishing a timeline of the victim's activities, we talked about him being in gym clothes. Was there any evidence collected to suggest he actually had gone to the gym that day?
We found that he had been at Premier Fitness Club on McClay Boulevard, and we obtained video surveillance from that establishment, that business, that showed him there.
All right. Did you find any evidence to suggest where he went prior to the gym that day?
Yes, we were able to determine that he had dropped off his 2 young boys at daycare on West Tharp Street, and the time was 8:50 a.m. approximately.
All right. And then what time did he go straight from the daycare to the gym?
Yes.
What time did he arrive at the gym?
I believe it was 9:12.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 89, the gym surveillance. Could we publish that now, please? What can you tell us about the camera angles that were available or the surveillance images that were available from Premier Gym?
There was numerous on the outside. There's a couple on the inside where you see his image entering and exiting the gym. You can see where his car pulls into the parking lot and parks.
Do you know how long the victim was inside the gym?
It was more than an hour.
All right. So are there 6 to 7 different camera angles that show the victim or the vehicles that we're interested in?
Yes.
All right. And are you familiar with the exhibit where they were compiled for ease of presentation?
Yes.
All right. So let's take a look at this exhibit. All right. What is this vehicle in the blue circle?
That is Mr. Markel's Honda 4-door black.
And is he entering the gym parking lot in this image?
Yes, he's entering off of Village Square Boulevard.
Less than 2 hours to live, huh? And
Once again, that's him coming down north to south from Village Square Boulevard in the parking lot.
And is that him pulling into that parking spot behind the flag?
It is.
All right. Does he exit his vehicle immediately?
No, it takes a couple minutes. This is what's being determined as a suspect vehicle.
And does the suspect vehicle turn into the parking lot behind Mr. Markel?
Not directly. The suspect vehicle goes all the way up Village Square Boulevard to McClay and then comes in the main entrance of
Right.
Premier.
So is that the suspect vehicle driving past the
Correct.
victim?
Correct, and that's Markel exiting his car.
And is the time on this correct, 9:12
Yes.
a.m.? Is this Markel in the red shirt entering the gym?
Correct. Here's Mr. Markel entering the front doors.
And what does the suspect vehicle do while Mr. Markel's in the gym for approximately an hour, a little better than an hour?
Where's the mouse?
Suspect.
I noticed this on his way out as well. He's always checking out the women. You player, Markel. Look at him. There's a woman that's going to show on the right side of the screen of this monitor, right? And he's totally checking her out. And on his way out, he's looking the other way at another woman. Watch.
Here's Mr. Markel entering the front doors.
And what does the suspect vehicle
See?
do while Mr. Markel's in the gym for approximately an hour, a little better than an hour?
The driver of the suspect vehicle moves to different locations within the parking area, off to one end, and then moves again, and then ends up behind trees.
But as far as you can tell, stays in the parking area?
Oh yeah, yes. Excuse me, so Markel's already entered, and now the car's driving past by again.
Do you know the make and model of this vehicle?
It's a 2008 Toyota Prius, in colors silver pine mica.
Yeah, he'll tell you everything there is to know about the vehicle, any vehicle.
Is this another area of the gym parking?
Correct, this is at the south end, as it denotes south parking.
Well, yeah, you definitely wouldn't put that on the north end then, would you? Beverly Darling says, how come the victimology did not lead them to Wendy right away? Victimology, what is that? The study of the victim. Well,
All right. What's happening now?
Mr. Markel is now exiting the building from there.
And at what time does he exit?
10:39. Oh, I'm sorry, it says 10:33. I guess it was. Okay, he's not outside in the parking lot, but it says 10:33, and that is accurate.
There's another one. Keep it in your pants, Markel. You're going to see...
So are we going to see Mr.
what's
Markel
her name?
pull out of the parking
Amy Adler on the weekend. Just wait.
lot here?
Yes,
And the suspect vehicle will follow behind?
correct. Markel's car heading back the way it came in.
So Acapella tells us that the victimology is the study of the victims of crime and the psychological effects on them of their experience. Good.
The circle is indicating where the suspect vehicle is coming from in the back.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of this going through surveillance. I don't know whether we should skip it. And there's the suspect vehicle.
Were you able to get a tag number off the vehicle from the surveillance we just watched?
No,
All right. Were you able to review or find some other surveillance images of this vehicle?
yes,
All right. Let's talk about the bus. Are there cameras mounted on our city buses here in Tallahassee?
there are.
All right. And did those buses capture some of the route from where these two vehicles went after they left Premier Gym that morning?
Yes, a good deal of it.
All right. Where did Mr. Markel head when he left the gym?
The
that
whole
morning?
trip, pretty much.
He went out to Village Square Boulevard to Thomasville Road, and then southbound on Thomasville Road towards his neighborhood in Benton Hills.
And let's start with State's Exhibit 90, which has been previously introduced into evidence. If you could tell us about Bus 505, what does that show us?
Bus 505 is pulling up here. The bus is traveling east on Maclay Commerce Drive. It comes up to this intersection, and that is what appears to be Markel's black Honda southbound on Thomasville. So he's left Premier, gone to Thomasville Road, and now he's southbound.
All right. please.
That's what appears to be the same Prius, green Prius, that was in the Premier parking lot. It's following in the direction that Markel went. This same bus turned off of Maclay Commerce Drive, went southbound, and caught up to a similar Prius here at the intersection of Metropolitan Boulevard.
Were you able to get the tag from the Prius off of these images?
No, unfortunately not.
Is the route we're seeing the Prius take in this portion of the exhibit consistent with heading toward the Markel residence?
Yes.
Does this bus catch up with the Prius again before he turns off toward the Markel residence?
Yes, right there where the circle is, that appears to be the same Prius in the left-hand turn lane for Benton Road.
All right, if you'll pause it at the end of this clip.
Once again, the Prius is making the left-hand turn onto Benton Road.
All right, and at what time does the Prius make that left-hand turn?
I don't have the exact time. I'll have
Does
to look for it.
10:51 sound right?
Yes.
Okay, and do you have an idea of when Mr. Markel was murdered?
It was before 11 a.m.
Okay. All right, and then was there additional surveillance video from a city bus that captured this Prius after the murder?
Yes,
All right, and was that bus 707?
it was.
Okay, if we could publish. We might have a little 505 to finish watching here. Okay, here we go, 707.
All right, this is 707. It's northbound. It stopped on. It's on Thomasville. It's northbound. It stopped at the light at Armistead Road. And this is the suspect vehicle passing by.
All right, could you rewind it and watch that clip one more time? Were you able to learn some more information about the suspect vehicle based on this?
These images provided us with a couple of characteristics, a few characteristics about the car. One of them, as you can see, the passenger mirror casing. The outside mirror casing is black. All the Priuses come with the same body color on the mirror casing. This one obviously has been replaced at some point. So you got a black passenger side mirror casing. There's what appears to be a SunPass or some type of sticker up in the top center window, and it's common for tolls. And then I don't think you can see it from here, but if you back up just a hair, there'll be kind of grainy on this image. Maybe your all's is better, but there's a black hole just below the driver's side headlight. And
I think you have a pointer up there to assist you.
Okay, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Amy, for the super
But
sticker.
no one's had much luck with the pointer, so you're being
Well, if
good.
you
You'll
just-
be in good company.
Sorry. If you just look below the driver's headlight where the bumper is, there's a black hole. And that,
Don't ask General
correct.
Isom to talk and use a laser pointer at the same time. I mean, he's already sitting in a chair, okay? The man has done enough. I tell you what, get him to use the laser pointer and spell the word Monroe.
That is where a tow hook would mount if the car needed to be pulled or towed, and it's missing. The cover, the plastic insert that covers that hole is missing on this car.
All right, let's let it play through. Looks like
I mean, as you all know, I love General Isom. I've got a real sweet spot for him as a person, but he does feel sometimes like the kind of cop that would maybe pull someone over for a suspected DUI and not manage to successfully demonstrate the field sobriety tests himself. You know, like... Okay, I want you to count backwards from 63 to 41. And then he can't. You're going to take 9 heel-to-toe steps, spin in a circle, and take 9 heel-to-toe steps back, and he does 11.
Can you back it up just a hair? I'm sorry to keep doing that to you. Okay, stop right there. Something white on the windshield there.
Yeah, that's what I was referring to, is possibly a SunPass adhesive toll reader, transponder for when you drive through tolls, you don't have to stop.
Is that a South Florida thing, or do we have those here?
Central and South Florida, predominantly down in that area. Very, very rare up here.
What can you tell us, if anything, about the passengers based on this video?
The passenger is animated, and it appears there's some type of white clothing or a towel, something moving around on the passenger side.
Yeah, kind of jittery, right? He's had 8 grams of cocaine for breakfast, half a bottle of tequila, and then the adrenaline of following this guy, you know. Gotta be getting ready, getting focused.
And then there's nothing, you can't really tell on the driver's side. It looks like it's black as far as any type of clothing or...
Let it play one more time, please. You can turn that one off. Or let it play through, sorry. Watch the whole thing.
God, I thought that was Wendy's minivan then. That'd be weird. She probably followed Markel all around as well, all the time. And then blamed him for stalking, accused him of stalking.
There you have the 3 characteristics that I was referring to.
Susan Trelise asks, what about Mr. Barbecue, who called police about the speeding red pickup truck with the angry driver who flew across the speed bumps? Well, of course, you're talking about Mr. Chill, Willie C. Chill. Yeah, I mean, he didn't just call police. He was brought in for an interview, which we covered the other day. But I think he just totally misidentified the suspect vehicle. There's no red pickup in this story. I mean, I think he heard about a gunshot, saw someone speeding, and just assumed it was the killer. Bit of a false flag.
Is this the same bus?
Yes, it's just another angle. It's the camera's mounted up on the front part of the bus. Prius is passing in the left-hand lane.
Man, stay away from buses if you want to commit a crime in Tallahassee, huh?
And the 707 bus video occurs at approximately 10:55 a.m.
Yeah, I have 10:55 where it's at the stoplight.
So then the murder, that puts our time of the murder between 10:51 and 10:55. Is that
Correct.
right?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know what time the 911 call came in from Mr. Geiger?
11:02.
All right, let's talk about the sun pass. You mentioned you thought the suspect vehicle appeared to have a sun pass.
So that seems really tight. We listened to the 911 call from Jim Geiger yesterday and how he described going over there initially, seeing Dan in the car in the garage with the engine running. Then he returned to his home, waited at the window, just looked and felt something wasn't right, then walked back over, found Dan, saw the broken glass, saw him shot, and then had to run back to his house to get the cell phone and call the police. So the murder happened between 10:51 and 10:55, and Jim Geiger called police at 11:02. So it happened really soon after 10:51 then. Wow.
What, if any, investigative efforts were done to try to locate that particular sun pass?
Of course, at this point, Dan is on the phone with Stuart Schlazer from the School of Arts and Sciences, saying, yeah, my crazy ex-wife enrolled my kid in your school without telling me, and I want to know about what you do there. So he's all embedded in that conversation while he's driving, because Stuart told us that he was driving while on the phone, right?
Well, there was a lot of painstaking effort to figure out if this car had gone through tolls and which tolls. The closest sun pass or toll system is north of Orlando, down in Wildwood, Florida, where I-75 intersects with the Florida Turnpike. That was checked exhaustively without luck. And we didn't really have anything else to go on, just Prius. Come to find out there's thousands of Priuses and a lot of sun passes attached to them. So that wasn't working out too good, but eventually we did locate the location where a car like this.
We did locate the location, and the litigation was litigious. Yeah, the litigation was definitely litigious. And we located the location.
Utilized the sun pass through tolls down in South Florida on I-75, but that was in correlation with the cell phones that we eventually got.
All right, so after you got cell phone records for suspects, you were able to kind of go back to the sun pass records and narrow down the time frames.
Correct. That
Okay.
helped us in determining their route, the travel route they took. And then we were able to determine there's a toll on each end of Alligator Alley down in extreme South Florida. And the toll transponder activity was consistent with where these cell phones went.
And do you know the times exactly that this thing went through those tolls?
The one for leaving Miami and getting on I-75 eastbound or westbound to go across the state towards Naples was at 2:18 p.m. on July 16th. So that's 2 days before the murder.
Right. And what about going home after the murder?
Going home was the date of the murder, same date, that evening at 5:23 p.m. That transponder activated at the Alligator Alley Toll Plaza going eastbound from approximately Naples towards Fort Lauderdale.
And is the time frame of the Prius passing through this toll booth on the way home consistent with them leaving Tallahassee, as we just saw in the bus video, and going?
Look at that.
Correct. That's, yes. That's correct.
What were we able to learn about our suspects from the rental car?
Well, the phone numbers were
all their
consistent.
personal details that they wrote on the rental agreement. We got the phone number, which was the same phone number that we found on the tower dump at Premier Gin. Oh man, I mean, it's just, they see the sun pass and they're like, straight away South Florida. Check all the numbers in the area, South Florida. Go to the rental car company, South Florida.
With what we had already, obviously there's an additional phone number up there. It says brother. That was determined to be one of the co-defendants, Sigfredo Garcia.
This phone number, was that discovered to be the real phone number for Rivera?
It was.
And what about this?
Yeah, Rebecca Ross. I've heard rumors about a third trip. I've never heard a single thing to substantiate it at all. Why would there be 3 trips? Isn't 2 enough? I mean, you're gonna drive to fucking Tallahassee 8-9 hours each way 3 times? I mean, you're gonna spend all of that $100,000 on fucking gas. The only thing I've heard that even mildly supports the idea that there were 3 trips was that Luis Rivera said that Sigfredo Garcia seemed to know his way around. Right? Okay, well, look at a map. Is it that hard? And the idea of Sigfredo Garcia going up to do this job with Anthony Ortiz, King Anthony, a low-level, entry-level Latin king. I mean, I think he'd only be doing this job with Luis Rivera and not on official Latin king business. Luis is very, very particular about that this is nothing to do with the Latin kings. Why would Sigfredo Garcia approach someone that isn't his best friend since childhood, Anthony Ortiz, and say to him, listen, we've got to go and drive to Tallahassee for this murder? I mean, even if it was purely a scouting out the job thing, why would you need to scout out the job? Surely if you go and scout out the job and an opportunity arises where you can kill Professor Markel, as you are being paid to do, you would take that opportunity. Yeah? Why would you risk involving a third party that's a member of the Latin Kings, an organization that you don't want to involve in this job? I truly believe that there were no 3 trips, only 2. Has anyone in chat heard anything about that? Anything to support the idea of a 3rd trip? Other than what I've just mentioned, which really doesn't add up to any kind of strong enough indicator to my mind. I'd be interested to hear if anyone in chat thinks that there were 3 trips. And why? Why do you think there were 3 trips? If you do, which there weren't, why do you think there were 3 trips? Why would there be?
Address in Normandy.
That was his. That was his current address at the time.
And what about, he had another address too, didn't he?
Yes.
What address is that?
Yeah, Rebecca, he died in a wreck in Connecticut, and I think it was Connecticut, right? And I think that was around the same time that Luis Rivera's RICO racketeering case was going down. Was Anthony an informer? Was he on the run? What's this guy doing all the way up in Connecticut? He's probably never been out of South Miami. Yeah, let's have a look if anyone said anything in the chat. There was take a butt Sig going up with a friend. There was talk about Sigfredo going up with a friend, think he was killed on a bike. Yeah, Anthony Ortiz. Yeah, but talk, any talk is talk, right? That's all we hear is talk. But, if you think about it, what sense does it make? What sense does it make that there were 3 trips? Wouldn't you want to get it done in 1 or 2? Just going through these comments to see if we've got anything here, guys. Tay says, if there's a 3rd trip, maybe it involves Sigfredo and someone else besides. Well, yeah, that's the theory, that it's Anthony Ortiz. But I don't see why Sigfredo would involve some third party, low-level Latin king in non-Latin king business. I can see why he would bring Luis, because they're brothers, right? They're lifelong friends. They're with together all the time, and there's trust. I mean, obviously that trust wasn't well founded because Luis ended up flipping and turning him over. But oh, Fancy Fiction is on now, talking about a 3rd trip. Well, okay. Oh, that's funny. She's talking about 3 trips. Well, maybe we should go and tune in. Let's go and all tune into her stream. I tell you what. We need a volunteer to go over to Fancy's stream and come back and tell us what she says about the 3 trips. What about the story about stolen money? Adelson's paid but got gypped. Yeah, but that wasn't to Sigfredo. But Neverly Darling. Neverly Darling says, what about the story about stolen money? Well, I heard that Charlie had previously hired another party to do the hit, and the price was 50 grand, and the guy took the 50 grand because Charlie paid up front and just took the money and didn't do the job. What are you going to do? Go to the cops? I paid this guy to do a murder for me, and he stole our cash. He stole our laundered cash. Yeah, social networks, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter. Nan says, I remember something about Adelson's paying for a trip, and the perps absconded with the money, but I don't recall the source. Jesus Lover says, in my opinion, the first trip may have been the dude the Adelsons paid, but he didn't complete the job. No, I don't think so. It was nothing to do with Sigfredo. The timing of that apparent guy that took the money was before Charlie had even met Katie. So Sigfredo was nothing to do with that. What sense does any of this make? Asks Tay. World's dumbest criminals. Grandma Gotti will get schooled on being a better criminal when she arrives at DOC. Yeah, well, that's fine. She can do all the school she wants. She's not going to be coming out alive, is she? Yeah, so I see nothing in chat. No one seems sold on the idea of 3 trips, and certainly no one has been able to present anything that is approaching evidence. You know, and to be honest, I don't even know why it matters. Whether there was or wasn't a 3rd trip, what does that change at all? Anything. You know, the trip that matters is the trip where they shot Professor Markel. That's the only one that matters. Well, actually, the 2nd trip matters because the 2nd trip, the failed attempt, the one in June 2014, at the beginning of June, Sigfredo and Luis came to Tallahassee to do the murder, but they lost him, or Luis said he didn't want to kill him in front of the kids. For some reason, the murder didn't happen. But the thing is that same time, Jeff Lacasse was also driving out of town for when the murder was scheduled to happen on the 1st attempt in June, was also an occasion where Jeff Lacasse was going out of town, right? Leaving town at 11 a.m. So Jeff went out of town twice that summer. All the rest of the time he was in Tallahassee and didn't leave. He went out of town twice that summer, and on both times that he was scheduled to go out of town, that Wendy knew about, on both of those times, there was a murder attempt, and the second one was successful. So in some small way there, the first attempt trip does matter. But I just don't know why, if there was a 3rd trip that was the first one, and he came up with someone else, whatever, what does that change? What are we going to gain from really defining whether or that is or isn't the case? I'm not sure it gains anything. I mean, I don't think it happened, but even if it did, proving it would change what? Why are we even talking about it?
Your Honor, if we could just get for the record what it is that Mr. Adelson was taking a look at.
Okay, are you reviewing your report?
I'm looking to make sure I have the address right.
Okay. And
Just a sheet that has addresses on it.
Completely understand if stop by.
All right.
Christina raises a good point here. Every extra person involved, every trip, is more exposure and less profit. Absolutely. I mean, the goal should be one trip, right? You know, that should be the goal, and it would have been. It would have been the June attempt, right? So you're telling me that there was this third trip with a third party that even more shouldn't be involved. I mean, Luis Rivera, technically, if you go by the Latin Kings, how they do business, shouldn't be involved with an extracurricular activity like this. There's some code in their manifesto that's against it. But I can see, because of the brotherhood between Sigfredo and Luis, that there's this trust, there's this need to help each other out, and if everyone's getting paid, happy days. But to involve Anthony Ortiz, why would you do that? You wouldn't.
Yes.
And what was that other address?
1505 Northeast 135th Street, North Miami, Florida.
Okay. All right, and back to this rental agreement. When was this vehicle rented?
On the 15th of July.
And when was it due back?
It's due back on the 17th of July, 2 days later.
Obviously not returned on time.
Nope.
I'll have to on the 18th, right?
Correct.
Mr. Eisman, are you referring to that exhibit? Is that?
Yes, Offrin. Offrin 17 says, Metrix, have you heard anything about how the 911 operator didn't realize Dan's situation was an emergency and rated it as a lower level issue, and it delayed EMT getting there, and there was a civil lawsuit and the Markels won? Yeah, I heard they were awarded 30 grand, which they put into trust for the children, I think. Which probably will go to Wendy, you know. Oh, yeah, I didn't benefit from, you know. Yeah, and fucking right. We listened to the 911 call yesterday, and I was raging at the screen, at the monitor here. What a dick that guy was. And Jim Geiger had to do 3 jobs at once just to get the ambulance there. I mean, unbelievable. You know. Fortunately, that the ghost of Christmas past arrived to take charge of the situation. Oh, yeah, that was rough.
Is that what you're looking at there?
Okay, this is what I'm looking at for the
Okay, what I want you to do is, I want you to look at the exhibit if you need to respond with the exhibit. If you need to refer to your notes, if you can just tell counsel that you need to refer to
Okay.
that, and then she'll ask you to refresh your recollection. Okay?
Yes.
Thank you.
And I can bring it over to you if you can't see the exhibit from there. It should be on your screen as well.
We took that screen down.
I can carry it over to
I'm going blind here.
If there's something you need to see closer. All right. Let's talk about phone numbers. We talked about that phone number that was listed on the rental agreement for Luis Rivera. Did you subpoena call detail records for that phone number?
Yes,
All right. And would you be the person responsible for analyzing the call detail records, or is that done by someone else?
it's done by the Technical Operations Unit,
All right. And would that be Sergeant Corbett?
Sergeant Chris Corbett.
Okay. But you did the subpoena and received the returns for these phone numbers?
Yes,
Okay. So specifically in reference to the 305-570.
Well, they didn't know about the gunshot in the floor. Georgina Biggs, says, surely not the missing toe eye and the black mirror were unique. Made it easier to identify along with the gunshot in the floor. I mean, nobody found this gunshot in the floor until Luis Rivera's proffer, when he explains that happened. I mean, the rental company didn't check, which means that they probably didn't even take the mats, the rubber mats, out to vacuum. I mean, it was a pretty shitty rental company. I think we get the guy comes into this trial who who owned the company, and he looks like he just looks so stoned. He looks like he's walked straight out of 1974. Anyway, the rental company didn't check it. Then they sold the car to someone else. They didn't check it. No one found this gunshot until Luis said, hey, Sigfredo shot the car. And it still had the repair on it and everything. The roadside repair with a little bit of hose over the gas line to, Crazy.
8153 for Rivera. That is. One moment, I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'll come back to that. I think it's...
Hey, Jane Creasman asks, hi friends, wonder if law enforcement has evidence from the failed first hit. Do you mean the actual first failed hit, or this make-believe one that people are talking about without any evidence? Which one is it? Because I see all the time on these groups, on these people talking on these groups about a third trip, and I don't know why people want to talk about it. I mean, even if there was a third trip, which there wasn't, it wouldn't change anything. I mean, it doesn't change anything at all. The guy who supposedly went on it is dead. I mean, so we can't ask him or seek to punish him if it's like, okay, what are we trying to prove? Is it going to help arrest Wendy to prove that there's a third trip when there wasn't? Probably not, right? Unless Wendy was on the trip that didn't happen.
Exhibits.
And surely all efforts now should be focused on securing Donna Adelson's conviction and arresting Wendy at least, if not Harvey as well. I mean, personally, I just don't know if they're going to bother with Harvey. The important thing, the most important thing, is to get Wendy Adelson. Right? That should be the focus. So third trip or no, unless it helps arrest Wendy Adelson and secure Donna's conviction, which it wouldn't, what are we even talking about it for? Let's get back to ISOM. What does ISOM have to say?
91 through 98 that we're hunting. All right, so the phone number that was listed on the rental car agreement for brother, 786-372-5986, you mentioned that phone number was associated with Sigfredo Garcia. Was that phone number subpoenaed for the call detail records?
It was.
All right, and did you receive a return for those as well?
Yes.
All right. Did you also subpoena social media content that contains that phone number?
Yes.
And under what Facebook name does that number appear?
On the Facebook identifier is Tuto Dade.
I'll show you 60 and 61. Take a look at these exhibits, please. There's front and backs for one of those. Do you recognize those exhibits?
Yes, this is part of the return that was showing that this image was on Tuto Dade's Facebook page.
All right, and the phone number associated with brother is associated with this Facebook.
That's correct.
And the Facebook image, is that someone that you recognize?
Yes.
Who is that?
This is Sigfredo Garcia.
Motion to introduce 60 and 61.
Any objection?
No.
Exhibits 60 and 61 will be admitted.
Now, public?
You may.
All right, so 61 indicates that you can't see, but that contains that phone number. Is that correct?
Yes.
And 60 is the cover photo for that Facebook account.
Correct.
And that's Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
And does he have children?
Yes.
And who's the mother of his children?
Katherine Magbanua.
Yeah, Tuto Dade is Sigfredo, of course.
All right, I want to show you State's Demonstrative Exhibit C. Could we publish that, Ms. Dugan? Let's see, yeah. Have you had a chance to review this exhibit before today?
I have, yes.
Okay, and could you explain to us, starting with Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, those are the two in the Prius, correct?
Yes.
All right, and how they're related or connected to the other players on this image? That's pretty terrible. I wonder if could we try displaying it from the laptop maybe? Sorry. While she's working on that, I'll hand you this.
Really want to get to the Christopher DeCoste's cross of Isom because he gets pretty hot on him. Got a while to go yet.
You can go ahead and start explaining it while she's working on that. I don't want the jury to have to wait.
Can they see it?
No.
Okay.
You have to just tell us.
Luis Rivera and his friend Sigfredo Garcia were the two individuals operating in the Prius. Sigfredo Garcia's, the mother of his children, is a defendant, Katherine Magbanua. There's 2 children by them. It was determined
The stills.
Still,
had a relationship also with Charlie Adelson. Charlie Adelson is was Dan Markel's brother-in-law, Wendy Adelson's brother. Charlie Adelson's parents are Donna Adelson.
thank you.
She'd be to the second from the left top. And the father is Harvey Adelson, top left corner. So you have Harvey across the top from left to right. Harvey, Donna, Charlie, Wendy, Dan Markel's ex-wife, and then on the far right is Dan Markel.
So, the investigation into the Prius, the buck kind of stops leads you down here, right?
Correct.
And did you have some ATM images in this case?
Yes.
Tell us about the ATM images. Where did they come from?
We found out that there was a bank transaction at an ATM drive-through.
Yeah, we're going to speed this up, guys. Speed it up because Isom is at half speed anyway. So if we do 1.25, we're still going to be slower than usual.
In Broward County, I believe it was Broward County, where they were on their way home and they stopped, and Rivera, who was operating the car, he withdrew money at an ATM, and we were able to get images of both of them in the car.
Still in the green field.
Correct.
Consistent with being on the way home from Tallahassee.
Yes.
After the murder.
Yes.
This is at 39,
That is Luis Rivera.
this is at 40.
That's Luis on the driver's side, and the far image, or far person on the passenger side is Sigfredo Garcia. Once again, Rivera's operating the car. He's in black. We're back to the bus video.
Look at these fucking idiots, right? You're not supposed to be seen, guys. You gotta stop at an ATM, take some fucking cash with you, man. You know? Don't blow it all on coke. Oh shit, we're out of cash. Stop at that ATM. In the car, in the murder car that was seen leaving the scene. And make sure that both of us are photographed by the ATM security, which is on every single ATM in the country. Some of them might not work, but if you're at correct me if I'm wrong here, but we don't have drive-through ATMs in Europe, like, at all. But any time I've seen one in North America, it's been at a bank, right? I'm willing to bet that the cameras in bank ATMs work just fine. Maybe some old fucking gas station ATM, the camera might be busted, but not at a bank, surely.
Garcia's in white. He's on the passenger side.
Further corroborating the white shirt, jumper, whatever, sweater that was sort of seen on the bus camera in the passenger seat. If you're gonna go and shoot someone in the face at close range, what goes through your fucking head in the morning when you think, hey, you know what? I'm gonna wear my white sweater. You know, just in case there's any blood splatter. So, you know, it'll be really obvious that it was me. What kind of fucking decision-making process is that? I'm going to go and shoot someone in the face at close range. I'll wear white. Come on. Come on. You're hurting my brain, Sigfredo.
Yes.
You mentioned that the Prius was the only lead that you got from the crime scene. Was there a lead that started with Dan Markel's personal life?
Yes. Dan and Wendy Markel, well, Dan Markel and Wendy Adelson.
You know, when Charlie was asking Katie Magbanua, like, you know, hey, do you know anyone that can rough someone up? And obviously at some point that what do you call it? Not increased. Whatever. Changed to, do you know anyone that can murder someone? The next question that Charlie Adelson should have asked was, are they competent? Or are they gonna go on this mission which we're gonna pay them $100,000 to do when it's not worth 10, right? What they actually did. You'd be lucky to get 10 for that in terms of actual value for money. Yeah, are they competent, or are they going to fuck up like literally everything that is possible and shoot a hole in their own car while on a highway surrounded by the public? Are they the kind of guys that are going to take a picture with their location and post it on Instagram so that everyone will know that they're in town? Are they going to run out of cash and have to go to an ATM at a drive-thru in the murder car and photograph both of them? And be seen on every bus camera in Tallahassee following Markel? Are they the kind of guys that are going to wake up in the morning, do 8 grams of cocaine each, get drunk, and then have to take a piss in the bushes at Premier Gym? Are they those kind of guys? Because if they are, the deal is off. Screening
Had
process.
gone through a very lengthy
process.
and contentious divorce starting in 2012.
And as part of your investigation, did you review the divorce file in their case?
Yes.
Was the divorce file pretty voluminous?
Very large.
Over 700 pages?
I don't, yeah, it was a lot.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as State's Exhibit 59.
Yeah, absolutely, Offrin. I totally know what you mean. Luis Rivera is likable. He's probably the most likable murderer that we've ever covered. And I think a lot of people feel that way. I'd be perfectly happy to have him around on Christmas morning. I'd be perfectly happy to let him look after my kids. You know, just don't cross him. You know.
Just flip through and tell me if you recognize it.
Acapella says, do you say that the rental place had sold the car to an individual after which it was finally tracked down by LE? Well, it wasn't an individual. It was sold to a business. And they covered it in some signage. We saw a brief photograph of what the car looked like when they finally tracked it down, but they proved it with the VIN number.
Yes. It's a lot.
Does that appear to be a fair and accurate copy of the Markel's divorce file?
Yes.
And you reviewed that as part of your investigation?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a couple documents in there specifically. Do you know when their divorce was finalized?
Objection.
And what's your objection?
Motion to eliminate, Your Honor.
All right, your previous objection is noted, but are you asking for the file to be admitted at this time, Ms. Kappelman?
No, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to allow him to refer to it, and so your motion, it's denied for my previous reasons stated on the record.
When was their divorce final, is the question.
It was July 31st of 2013.
All right, so a year before the murder in this
Correct.
case. Was the finalizing of the divorce the end of the litigation between Dan Markel and his former wife, Wendy?
Not at all.
All right. Were there numerous
No, it actually increased. That was just the beginning.
filings that occurred between the time their divorce was finalized and the time of Mr. Markel's murder?
Yes.
Even including as recently as March 26th of 2014, shortly before his murder.
Correct.
Could you tell us about that March 26, 2014 filing that Dr. Markel made?
Yeah, Mr. Markel had found out that his children, his two young children, had been spending time with Markel's mother-in-law, Donna Adelson. And from the children, they'd said disparaging things that Donna Adelson had told them or said in their presence about Dan Markel. And these were things like, Grandma says you're stupid, Grandma hates you, and that was kind of the last straw, the way it looks when you read through this stuff.
Was that I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Go ahead.
That Markel had decided that he wanted to have, that his mother-in-law should have supervised contact with the children.
Only supervised contact. Only supervised contact.
Yes. He did not want the mother-in-law to have unsupervised contact with the children.
All right. Was that motion ever heard?
Thank you, Kermley, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Great way to support the channel, Kermley. Thank you very much. Anybody else that wants to support the channel on this special day, the special day that we crossed into 4,000 subscribers. What a day that was, huh? I'll always remember where I was. Here, working, making videos look better, trying to fix what other people have fucked up the sound. Day 2 has been tough. These guys, the original posters of these videos, they must have tried to do some equalizing because it is bassy, like the original is bassy. So what am I supposed to do with that? It's been a nightmare to sort out, but I think we've made some good improvements. Great way to support the channel, buymeacoffee.com, link in the description. Check out our social networks, Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, Discord, and check out the merch. True Crime Metrix merch. Who doesn't want Metrix merch? We've got a bunch of stuff, and personally, I mean, I think it's some of the best around of the sort of channel that we have. I mean, I see other stuff, and I'm like, I don't know. I'm not that impressed. I really like my own stuff, but I would say that, wouldn't I? Check it out at merch.truecrimemetrics.com. What else have we got? Patreon. Yeah, you can support the channel on Patreon. Become a member. But the best way, the only way, the good way, buymeacoffee.com/truecrimemetrics.
By the court?
No,
Why not?
because Dan Markel was murdered.
All right, Judge, at this time, I would ask to move into evidence the divorce filing exhibit, which is marked as State's Exhibit 59.
All right, subject to the previous objection noted on the record. Anything else that you need to add?
One moment, Your Honor. No, Your Honor.
All right, it will be admitted as State's Exhibit 59.
All right, and Mr. Isom, in those documents, just to sort of give the jury an idea of what we're talking about, this couple was arguing over things as small as a tennis racket.
Correct.
And quite large things that were very valuable as well, right?
Yes.
Okay. And are you familiar with a motion that's included in that exhibit where Wendy Adelson was seeking to relocate to South Florida with her children?
Yes.
And what was the outcome of that motion?
It was denied with prejudice.
All right, so she was not legally permitted to move from Tallahassee to South Florida.
Correct.
Right. Who was in South Florida? Why did she want to move there?
Her parents.
Where did they live?
At the time, they lived in Coral Springs, Broward County, Florida.
And are you familiar with some emails between Wendy and Donna Adelson in this case?
Yes.
Let me show you what I marked as State Exhibit 63. How did you come into possession of those emails? I'm sure.
They were obtained through the voluntary submission of Wendy Adelson's computer, and I also believe there was a subpoena for her Google account.
Thank you so much, Christine Daly, for the super chat. Congrats to you, Metrix. Thank you so much, Christine.
Okay, well, we can't find them at the moment. So we'll move on and come back to emails. Fair to say that the emails were unfriendly to Dan Markel.
Very much so.
All right. And did the emails, what kinds of things did the emails include?
Before the ruling that that Wendy could not relocate to South Florida with the two boys, there was a lot of suggestions by her mother, Donna Adelson, to compel or insist that relocation was very important, and they needed the stability of the boys in South Florida because they were divorced now, and now we're talking about two different single parents. After the denial, because I believe in June of 2013, Donna, according to the email, she ramped up her suggestions to Wendy and wanted to attempt to coerce Markel to allow the relocation by bribery, by suggesting that the children would be moved from a Hebrew Jewish religion to Catholicism and possibly even baptized in a Catholic church, knowing full well that Dan Markel was very devout in his faith, being Jewish, and that it would get under his skin, and they thought maybe this would trigger something for him to voluntarily allow them to take the kids to South Florida.
All right, and was another suggestion that they could even bribe Markel into allowing the relocation?
Yes.
And was a specific amount mentioned?
$1 million.
All right. So obviously, this was a lead, right? This nasty divorce and custody battle.
Right.
Did you interview?
And we worked out that with $1 million, you could have a slap-up meal at Uvia, just guesstimating what a meal for two at Uvia would cost. You could do that every week for 60 year. That's $1 million. So that really shows a willingness to go to the extremes. I love it when Daniel Rashbaum and all of these crazy emails. Did she ever mention violence? Well, no, but they were going to give $1 million, so they really wanted it done and were willing to go to extreme lengths. I mean, financially, the murder makes a lot more sense. $100,000, you could only eat Uvia every week for 6 years.
Interview the ex-wife, Wendy Adelson?
I did.
When was she interviewed?
Within hours after the Dan Markel was shot in his garage.
Where was Ms. Adelson located?
She was at a restaurant in Killarn, in the Killarn area north of I-10 off of Market Street.
All right, and did she, during her interview with you, suggest who might have wanted her husband dead?
Well, she said that somebody could have done it as if it was to help her.
Who? Does she say who?
She just said that somebody that she knows could have possibly done it. But she also made the statement that her brother Charlie had stated previously that he looked into hiring a hitman and found it was cheaper to buy a television for as a divorce gift.
All right. Her brother Charlie, is that Charlie Adelson on this sheet?
Correct.
Had looked into hiring a hitman?
That's correct.
To kill Dan Markel?
Yes. That was a conversation that she reiterated that he told her.
Okay.
That was a conversation that she reiterated that he told her. I mean, he's getting confused here.
I want to circle
That's
back
not
now
uncommon.
to phone evidence. And you mentioned that Sergeant Corbett was responsible for analyzing the phones, but there were several different sets of records that you obtained for his analysis. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so State's Exhibit 91 pertains to Luis Rivera, 305-750-8153. And Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence pursuant to Stipulation 91, which does contain a certification of authenticity.
Any objection?
I didn't hear what it was, but.
State's Exhibit 91 with a prior stipulation
Let's do it. No objection.
be admitted as State's Exhibit 91.
92, the records of Sigfredo Garcia, also containing an affidavit of authenticity. That phone number is 786-372-5986.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, so State's Exhibit 92 will be admitted.
Just, I'll point out it's 5968.
Sorry, jury, 5968. State's Exhibit 93 relates to the call detail
What is
records.
this? What is this
of
that people are talking about? A combination of panic attacks and theatrics. What? Wendy's interview.
Wendy Adelson, phone number 954-803-0079. Also
Yeah,
containing
right in
an
shotgun.
affidavit-
I'm with you there. I think they ultimately came to the conclusion that, hey, you know what? Dan's not gonna agree to this. Like, hey, here's $1 million to basically, you know, there's this whole story of, well, he could have used that money to commute. Yeah, really. Essentially, it's a monetary offer to give up your paternal situation entirely, right? Let us have our own way, and we'll give you some money. I mean, what kind of person would agree to that? $1 million? So fucking what? It's my kids. You know. What, is he going to be sit there considering? Hey, you know, I could get a really nice car and move into a bigger house. Who would do that? Probably the Adelsons, right? That's why they came up with it. So I think it's much more that they came to the conclusion that the notion of offering Dan Markel $1 million to essentially give up his kids. They can dress it up as fucking money for commuting or whatever, flights to Tallahassee. Yeah, that'll be a real good way to spend my my time at the peak of my career on a fucking busy domestic plane every week. Yeah, everyone wants to do that. Ultimately, they just decided there was no point in even bothering asking him.
Affidavit of authenticity.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's Exhibit
I'm
93.
actually quite impressed that the Adelsons managed to think about it from that perspective, because oftentimes we see them judging others by their own standards, right? Like their own greedy, superficial, skin-deep standards. But on that occasion, it seems that they were actually able to recognize that other people might have some dignity and principles, you know. It's not an easy thing for an Adelson to do that.
Judge, State's Exhibit 94, the call detail records of Donna Adelson, phone number 954-396-0997, also with an affidavit of authenticity.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
Be admitted as State's 94.
States 95, the call detail records of Charlie Adelson, phone number 954-254-9223, also with a record certification.
Oh, that thing.
No objection.
Thank you. Be admitted
Yeah, I
as
watched a bit of that on Tanika's 2 Cents. It was quite funny, wasn't it? Yeah, that was good.
State's 95.
States 96, the cell phone records of Harvey Adelson, phone number 954-980-9032, also with an affidavit of authenticity.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
States Exhibit 96 admitted.
The cell phone records of Katherine Magbanua, phone number 786-564-1321, also with an affidavit of authenticity.
1312, no objection.
All right, be admitted without objection. States 97.
Did I say that one wrong as well?
Said 1321.
Dyslexic today. Not normally. Okay, States Exhibit 98, the call detail records of Dan Markel, 202-276-8200, and that one has an affidavit of authenticity included as well.
No objection.
Be admitted with States 98.
All right, so Mr. Isom, you received all of these records from the phone companies and turned them over to Sergeant Corbett for analysis?
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about another aspect of your investigation, your meetings and interviews with Luis Rivera. I want to start with a meeting or an interview that occurred on September 30th of 2016. Were you present for that?
Yes.
Okay. And in that interview, did Mr. Rivera include the name Katherine Magbanua as someone that was involved in this murder?
Yes.
Was there ever a time where you or any other law enforcement or person of authority in your presence said Rivera has to say the name Katherine Magbanua to get a deal?
No.
All right. Did you make some efforts to check out some of the things that Mr. Rivera told you that were stuff you hadn't heard before, didn't already know pursuant to your investigation?
Yes.
All right. I want to ask you specifically about the hole in the Prius. Can you tell
Hey, welcome to everybody joining the Discord group. We're having an influx, infiltration. Welcome everybody in the Discord. Everyone else join the Discord. We're getting close to 200 of us in the community on Discord. I mean, that's nothing like the 4,000 subscribers we now have on YouTube's, but it's good. It's good. It's a closed community, but you're all invited. There's a link in the description, and it's a great place to keep up to date with all things Metrix.
Tell us, summarize what Mr. Rivera told you about the hole in the Prius.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay as to what Mr. Rivera is saying.
That's sustained.
Okay. Did you have reason after Mr. Rivera's testimony to think there might be a hole in the Prius?
Yes.
And did you go to look at the Prius? Okay, this was before or after you had already found the actual vehicle?
Hold on one second. You have an objection?
Objection, Your Honor. This line of questioning is premised now on hearsay.
Okay, overruled. You may proceed.
Was this, when you went to look for the hole in the Prius, was it before or after you had already found the actual Prius?
I love how when Christopher DeCoste objects, it doesn't matter if he's, if it's spurious reason, he acts like it's the most outlandish thing in the world. This line of questioning is premise and hearsay. Like, he's so offended. He's good at it, though.
The first time.
We'd already found the Prius, did not even know about a hole in the floorboard of the Prius until Rivera provided that information.
All right. So you go back to find the Prius again and look to see if there's a hole in the floorboard.
Correct.
And was there a hole in the floorboard?
There was.
All right. I'm going to show you some additional admitted. Publishing states 15.
Thank you so much for the super chat, Laura. 4K. Boom. Boom, boom.
What does the orange rod in this photo signify?
This is a straight rod that has been positioned from the inside down through the outside, showing the trajectory of the hole.
Page 51.
So it went
Same
straight
thing,
down.
closer, and you're starting to see what is going to be the gas line of the car.
Page 52. This demonstrating a repair to the gas line.
Yes.
You see?
Repair still holding.
Where's my mouse?
Found.
They've still got the repair on when they finally find the car years later. I'd imagine there have been some issues with the pressure of the fuel pump. I mean, that's not going to be pressure seal, does it? He repaired it at the side of the road. It's probably a couple of fucking cable ties and some, you know, the inner tube of a bicycle or something.
It was.
All right. There was an additional proffer on October 4th.
Cosmic Kitten, I love Christopher DeCoste. He's one of my favorite trial attorneys going. You know, I think he's absolutely, totally naturally skilled at his craft. He's good at his craft. I don't think it would have taken much more of, you know, good old-fashioned Christopher DeCoste tricks to get her off, to get Katie off. You know, you compare him to someone like Tara Kawas. You know, it's a different world. And yeah, he's, you know, he knows that she did it and he's doing his best to get her off. That's his job, right? It's important to have good defense attorneys that represent guilty people. That's how we have the system. The system doesn't work unless people are doing that. I never understand when people get outraged, like, oh, how could they defend someone when they knew they were guilty? Well, that's the job. You know, I think it's very rare for a defense attorney to actually believe in the innocence of their client. Maybe not very rare, but it's not the norm.
In 2016, were you present for that meeting as well?
I was.
All right. Did you, as a result of your meetings with Mr. Rivera, attempt to locate the murder weapon in this case?
We did.
What did you do to attempt to locate the murder weapon?
I queried him extensively, and then we actually took him on a...
Jane Creasman says, why was Donna hooked on Vicodin? You know, her husband is a licensed, you know, medical professional with a prescription pads. So is her son. They're all unethical. I mean, Harvey was writing prescriptions for Wendy for her psych meds and stuff, which, you know, isn't advised. Is not advised at all. You know, you go to a neutral party that's legitimate. But yeah, I mean, I think for Donna it was just like a sweet shop, candy shop, you know. You hear Charlie on the phone calls. Oh, take a pill. Yeah, have a Xanax. Have another one. Don't have a heart attack. You know, it's like these people.
Road trip, for lack of a better term, in the van, and then later on in a car, to attempt to locate the body of water that they were close to when he stated that Garcia, they stopped off of I-75 and Garcia got out and threw the gun towards the water.
All right, and you did not
Curmley, it was Sigfredo that did the repair, not Lewis.
recover any firearms as a result of those efforts, did
No.
you? Okay, how many bodies of water on the side of an interstate are there between here and Miami?
Numerous.
Okay. I want to ask you about the arrest of Katherine Magbanua. On what day was she arrested?
October 1, 2016.
Were you present for her arrest?
I was.
And was that in Miami?
It was in Davie, Broward County.
All right. And when she was arrested, was there anything unusual about the law enforcement presence there? Was there more or less law enforcement than there typically would be for a murder arrest?
It was the status of what you would go for a murder suspect. You want to make sure that they're not going to get away.
Okay. But was it heavier or lighter or typical?
It was just typical.
Okay. All right. And on this date, when you were in the process of making this arrest, did you get a phone call?
I did.
All right. Was that subsequent to Ms. Magbanua being permitted to make a phone call?
Hold on one second. you have an
Objection,
objection?
sidebar, Your Honor.
All right, we'll have a brief sidebar.
I was going to take all the sidebars out because we cleaned up these videos a bit, but I kind of like the sidebars because we get to see, like here the camera's zooming in on Katie, sometimes it goes to the audience. Remember when we saw Rashbaum yesterday, sitting at the back, sniffing his fingers? You cut out the sidebars, you miss all that. I don't know if we need to watch it now.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jane,
May
it's on the
continue.
jailhouse calls when post conviction and Donna's freaking out and Charlie's, on the phone in jail saying, just make sure you take a pill. Give Dad a pill. It's like, oh, hey.
All right.
Thank you, Teresa Dorsey. You are hilarious. I love watching your channel and I love the focus on the Adelsons. Yeah, well, in the run-up to Donna's trial, I think we're going to be spending a lot of time here.
So
Thank you so
during the
much,
arrest of Ms.
Teresa.
Magbanua, is she permitted to make a phone call?
Yes,
And at the conclusion of that phone call, do you receive a phone call?
yes,
How much time passed between her phone call and the one that you received?
less than 20 minutes.
Right. And who was calling you?
An attorney named David Marcus.
And who did David Marcus represent?
He indicated he represented Charlie Adelson.
No one can succeed like Dr. Robert. He's a man you must believe.
I want to ask you about Ms. Magbanua's employment status around the time of this murder. Did you get some evidence that she was receiving checks from the Adelson Institute?
After the homicide, yes.
All right, and what is the Adelson Institute?
It's a periodontal office in Broward County, does dental work.
And who owns the Adelson Institute?
Harvey and Charlie Adelson.
All right, and did Donna have some connection to that business as well?
Yes.
What was that?
I think she did a lot of the clerical stuff there. She wrote the checks that were received by Katherine Magbanua. She signed it.
Okay. Did you make any effort to determine what, if anything, Ms. Magbanua was doing to earn the money from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
Okay, what did you do to try to determine that?
We subpoenaed their office. I went to the office myself, and Special Agent Sanford went to their office and provided a subpoena to two employees that happened to be there at the time, seeking employment records and documentation showing her duties and so forth at the office.
All right, and did you interact with employees when you went into the business?
Yes.
I know what kind of a business it is, but is it a large enterprise? Like, how many employees do you
There
have?
was only two there, and from my understanding, it was maybe two others that worked there, I believe was what the records show.
All right, and were the employees there able to enlighten you as to what it was Ms. Magbanua did there?
No. One had never heard of her, and another said she'd heard the name. but
Objection,
had no-
Your Honor. Move to strike hearsay.
That's sustained, that's hearsay. That'll be struck.
Were you up on a wire, a T3 wire, when you went into the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And as part of that wire, were you listening to Charlie Adelson's phone calls?
Yes.
And during the time that you were physically present in the Adelson Institute with your subpoena, was a phone call made to Charlie Adelson?
Yes.
Was Charlie Adelson physically present at the Adelson Institute when you went in?
No.
Was it regular business hours when you went into the business?
Yes.
All right, so one of the employees there made a phone call that was recorded.
From another location outside my presence.
Okay. And ultimately, you left your subpoena there, is that right?
Yes.
And left the business not knowing what her employment was at that time?
Correct.
Okay, and were you provided with any documentation from the Adelson Institute?
No.
All right, did you receive a copy of the checks that Ms. Magbanua received from the Adelson Institute?
Yes. I know we had a list of checks.
Okay,
that were
and
provided.
when you when you left your subpoena there, you got back a copy of those checks, right? Or a
Yes.
list of those checks?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever get anything like an application,
No,
a job description,
no,
any W-4,
no,
schedule,
no,
personnel file?
no.
Okay. So I'm going to show you what I marked as state 68. Do you recognize 68?
Yes.
Is that what you got from the Adelson Institute?
Is that what?
Is that what you received from the Adelson Institute?
Yes.
And that was in response to your subpoena for all documentation regarding the employment of Katherine Magbanua?
Yes.
And what's contained in the exhibit?
It's just that she was given these paychecks on a incremental, approximately every 2 weeks. There was a paycheck or a check written from the Adelson Institute to Katherine Magbanua
And when did the payment begin? When did these checks begin?
in September
September of what?
2014.
So approximately 2 months after the murder?
Yes.
And how long did they continue?
All the way through March of 2016.
Until there were arrests in this case?
Yes, pretty close to that.
All right. Were you able to get any evidence through the course of your investigation that Ms. Magbanua was physically going to the Adelson Institute to perform some job?
There was no indication of that.
Okay. Was there a poll camera on the defendant during your investigation?
Yes,
What's that?
pole camera is utilized for surveillance in an open public setting, so it would be attached to a utility pole. In this case, it was attached to a utility pole in the neighborhood where Katherine Magbanua and Sigfredo Garcia resided at the time. And it's a continuous feed. It's just images. It's not, it's video.
I have actually been compared on multiple occasions to the tramp from Lady and the Tramp. And the other one is Thomas O'Malley.
Audio, and it is up for a long duration of time.
All right. So was she observed coming and going maybe on the weekends, consistent with going to the business to clean when the business was not open?
Hold on.
Objection, Your Honor. Evidence speaks for itself if it's in evidence.
All right, overruled. You can answer.
She did not go to anything that was consistent with that.
All right. Didn't seem to go to the Adelson Institute on the weekends?
Nope,
Evenings?
nope.
What about any evidence of contact with patients, like by phone or some other means?
We were monitoring her phone as well as Charlie Adelson's, and there was no contact with patients through that resource.
What was the time frame that you were monitoring the phone calls of Ms. Magbanua?
It started in April, I believe 7th or 8th of 2016, all the way through past the arrest of Sigfredo Garcia.
Come on, wrap it up, Georgia. I want some Christopher DeCoste Cross.
And you didn't capture any calls to patients on there?
No.
Do you know whether Wendy Adelson was able to relocate with her children after her husband was murdered?
Yes,
She was?
yes.
Where did she move?
She moved to what ended up being Miami Beach. I believe, well, the memorial service for Dan was 2 days after he was shot. It was on a Friday. Memorial service was on Sunday. Her and her parents were on the road to South Florida on Monday, the 20th.
1 minute.
Abraham DeLacy, Giuseppe Casey.
Okay, there's some confusion about Sigfredo Garcia's phone number that I want to try to clear up. Is there anything in your records that you could refresh your recollection and tell us what his phone number was at the time of this murder?
Sigfredo Garcia's phone number at the time was 786-372-5986.
Thank you. I apologize if I cleared it up.
I actually never eat spaghetti by choice. It's a lot of work, you know. If I'm gonna have pasta, it's the really thin penne arrabbiata. You know, the small one. It's like, you know, yeah, or fusilli.
Sure. Okay, we're going to take our afternoon break now, and so we'll break for about 10 minutes or so, give you a chance to stretch your legs, use the facilities, then we'll come back and start with the cross-examination, okay? Please no talking about the case, and the deputy will escort you out.
Okay, we're going to go to the cross. Time for a little bit of Christopher DeCoste, who gets, you know, Christopher DeCoste has to work pretty hard to bring down the testimony of General Adelson.
Investigator, how you doing?
Okay.
So, I think you and I can agree on some stuff. And Your Honor, if I could approach?
You may.
I'm sorry, I didn't look.
You know what those are, right?
Yes.
Those are still photographs of the characters involved in this case.
Yes.
And you know it because it's from the state's demonstrative.
Yes.
And because you were the investigator on the case for years and you know the faces.
Yes.
And those photos fairly and accurately depict those people.
Correct.
And for the record, those are pre-marked as a demonstrative.
Okay.
Investigator, this is it's a confusing case with a lot of characters, right?
Correct.
And I want to make sure that we have it right on who's who. Dan Markel. He was murdered, correct?
Confidence. This, you know, he could say anything and it would be almost believable just because of his delivery. He's very, very skilled at what he does. I am always pleased and fascinated about being pleased when I watch Christopher DeCoste. He's really good.
Yes.
Before he was murdered, he was married to Wendy Adelson.
Yes.
And Wendy Adelson's father is Harvey Adelson.
Yes.
Her mother is Donna Adelson.
Yes.
And Wendy has a brother, Charles Adelson.
Yes.
Now, at one point in time, Charles dated Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
And Katherine, in high school, met this guy, Sigfredo Garcia.
I don't know when they met, but they have 2 children together.
And based on the ages that you know of Mr. Garcia and Miss Magbanua, she had those children when she was young, in her early 20s.
I haven't done the math.
But
Haven't
we agree,
or can't?
and we're talking.
I haven't done the math. Like you could anyway, right? We haven't got all week. I'm sorry, General Adelson. Just think of it as a roast. I do really like you. I'm sure you put together a great cookout, you know, an open house. Oh, thank you so much, Mary Bartlett. Yeah, thank you for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Link in the description, guys. Thank you so much, Mary.
Talking about what we agree on here. We agree that
Now, sometimes I feel guilty about ripping on Isom so heavy, but, you know, we did that show where we looked through the lens about, you know, during the Wendy interview, was he the silver fox? Was he one step ahead every move of the way? And the answer is no. He was completely taken in, right? There's no getting away from that anymore. We asked the question, we tried to be fair, and we came to the conclusion. Hoodwinked. And he continues to not really do himself many favors in his self-representation. So I'm sorry. I do really like the guy. But, you know, I mean, we just have to work with what we have to work with, right? I mean, that's all there is to it.
he is the father of 2 of her children.
On birth records, that's correct.
All right. Now, Sigfredo Garcia, not a Latin king, right?
No.
But this guy is.
Yes.
That's Luis Rivera, right?
Yes.
That's a childhood friend of Sigfredo Garcia.
Yes.
He was a Latin king boss, not just a member, but the boss in Miami. Right?
Yes.
We agree on this.
Yes.
And we agree that these 2 guys, Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera, were the hitmen in this case that murdered Dan Markel. Professor Markel, correct?
Yes.
We agree on all that.
Yes.
Let's talk about the motive in this case. We agree that the motive in this case was over a...
Thanks so much, Pinto. Yeah, we're excited too. 4,000. Actually, how many have we got now? I'm sure it's gone up. Let's double check. We are at 4,007. Thank you so much, Pinto, for the coffees on buymeacoffee.com.
a divorce, right?
Wendy was an element of relocation with the children, and Wendy Adelson was the bigger motive.
So Dan Markel, Professor Markel, and Wendy Adelson were going through a divorce.
Yes.
And it got bad.
Oh yeah.
And you and I agree that that was the motive for them to have Professor Markel murdered, right?
I believe that they ran out of any other option, and they chose this.
So we agree on that the motive was because of the divorce and the child custody battle in this case.
The Adelson's motive.
Correct.
Yes.
But in your investigation, there was an issue. How these 2 Miami guys connected to the Adelson family, right?
Right.
We agree on that.
Right.
And you worked hard to try to figure out what connection could there be between these people. Right?
Yes.
And ultimately, you came upon Katherine Magbanua. And you believe that the connection between these 2 guys from Miami and the Adelson family was through Katherine, correct?
Yes.
Now, if during your investigation, now, correct me if I'm wrong, shortly after Ms. Magbanua was arrested, before other arrests have been made in this case, you retired.
She was the last arrest before I retired, yes.
And there's been arrests since you retired.
There has been an arrest, yes.
In work and investigation since you retired.
Yes.
Okay. Had there been information that showed that these 2 guys, specifically Sigfredo Garcia, tied
Katherine Magbanua was the last arrest he made before he retired? So he just had to get, like, one. Man, I hope he comes out of retirement to arrest Wendy Adelson himself. Can a cop do that? Maybe. I guess it can happen. That'd be great, wouldn't it? I want to see the body cam of that. Yeah, he must have been hanging on. I mean, that must have been such an embarrassment for when everyone reviewed Wendy's interview and said, Isom, what do you mean you let her walk out the building? and escorted her home? What? He must have been ridiculed every day for the rest of his career. Yeah, it must have been probably the biggest case of your career walks into your lap. You just happen to be the lead investigator and you let Wendy Adelson go. Whew. Okay, I mean, surely he's got to come out of retirement when the time comes.
Directly to this guy, Charles Adelson, there could have been a different outcome while you were the investigator, correct?
Objection calls for speculation.
He can answer the question, overruled.
Can you repeat it, please?
If you had found information tying Sigfredo Garcia...
Hey, thanks so much, Cindy Mattingly, for the coffee on buymeacoffee.com. Much appreciated, Cindy. Thank you.
To Charles Adelson, completely separate from Katherine Magbanua, that would have led to a different outcome in your investigation, correct?
Not necessarily, because the same stuff would have come up eventually concerning Miss Magbanua.
I want to focus on what we agree on here. So perhaps we agree on this. The government's demonstrative city. We agree that's government's demonstrative, right?
Yes.
And this is the government's now focused theory of the case. The Adelson family, through Katherine Magbanua, hired Sigfredo Garcia and Louis Rivera. We agree on that, but that's the government's theory, correct?
Yes.
And you're aware of what ours is. So their theory is that it was through Katherine Magbanua, right? We agree on that.
Yes.
I'm showing you now what's been pre-marked as a demonstrative. You would agree with me that that is our theory, the defense's theory, that the Adelson family hired Sigfredo Garcia and Louis Rivera without going through Katherine Magbanua. We agree on that, right?
I don't agree on this demonstrative as far as the case. Is that what you're asking me? I'm not sure what you're asking me.
So let's back up, because I want to make sure that we're
Yeah.
clear on this. Showing you again government's theory.
I
The
see.
government's arguing this, right?
Yes.
That it was through Katherine, right?
Yes.
And we're arguing this, right?
Okay.
That it wasn't through Katherine, right?
That's what you're saying. I mean, I'm not sure what you're asking me.
I'm asking you if you're aware of the argument that we're
What's going on, General Ison, is that Christopher DeCoste is running around you in circles, okay?
having, that it was about Katherine Magbanua and not through her.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Let's go back to before you retired, and let's focus now on general duties of law enforcement. Do you believe that they've changed since you retired?
No.
Would you agree that the job of law enforcement is to objectively investigate a case,
Yes.
to then present the evidence, whether it's good or bad?
Yes.
Now, when you're investigating cases, you compile reports, right?
Yes.
You record your activities.
Yes.
You provide that to the prosecution,
Yes.
and then we end up getting all that in what's called discovery, right?
Correct.
That applies to anybody who's charged in a case, whether it's Louis Rivera, Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
Now, another important aspect of those reports and recording and taking down everything is for when you're testifying like today, right?
Yes.
Because you need to, those reports are in front of you, right?
Some of them, yes.
And that refreshes your memory and helps you remember what was said, what was done, stuff like that.
Correct.
Let's go back now to May of 2016. Two guys on the bottom, Sigfredo Garcia, Louis Rivera, they're arrested in May of 2016, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that we can go back to agreeing on stuff. You would agree with me that the evidence against those two guys, Louis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, was strong.
Absolutely.
You went over in our direct examination with Ms. Kappelman, there's evidence that they were here and that they were in that Prius,
Yes.
that they murdered Professor Markel.
Yes.
But of course, you were lacking the connection to the Adelson family. Right?
I'm not sure what the question was on that.
We're in May of 2016.
Correct.
At that point in time, you're lacking a connection to the Adelson family. You got these two guys. You got them dead to right. But what you don't have is any connection to Charles Adelson and the rest of the family.
We already knew about Magbanua, if that's what you're referring to. We already knew that Magbanua was with Garcia and that she'd also been with Charlie. And after researching and finding no connection between Garcia and Charles Adelson, she's it. She's the only connection.
So going back now to the question that I asked you at the beginning, had you uncovered at that time evidence tying Charles Adelson to Sigfredo Garcia, that would have taken your investigation in a different direction, right?
Objection calls for speculation.
That's
Ask and
speculation. That's sustained. You don't need to answer that.
Chris, come on, Chris. That was heavy speculation. I mean, come on. That was pushing your luck, Chris. You're better than that, Chris. Had you discovered that it was someone else, it wouldn't have been my client. Oh, I mean, good try, Chris. Good try. But you're not going to get that past Georgia, and the judge ain't going to let it fly, okay? Shouldn't have done that. That weakened his case in front of the jury.
So let's turn to another topic. The day of the shooting, July 18, 2014. You would agree with me that when TPD responds out to a crime scene like this, that you want to keep it quiet for multiple reasons, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that it's only fair to family and friends, to loved ones, that they learn from you and not through the media or from other people, right?
Correct.
It's also important for the integrity of your investigation, because you don't want, I mean, if there's anybody that you could then arrest that day in the area, you don't want it out there that what you know, right?
Yes.
That same day, in the afternoon, you go and find Wendy Adelson at Mosaic Restaurant and take her back to TPD for some questioning, right?
Yes.
And it wasn't until late in the afternoon that you let her know that her soon-to-be ex-husband, Professor Markel, had been murdered.
Christine Daly says, Chris isn't a great lawyer, in my opinion, in my honest opinion. Well, he is a great salesman, right? And that's a big part of being a lawyer. He's a born seller. And I think it's that might make him look like a good lawyer. But in terms of, I mean, he's pretty good with the objections, I'd say, most of the time. He's quick, you know. I don't know. I really like his role as a lawyer. Would I say he's a great attorney? I mean, I don't know, maybe not, but he's a born seller for sure, and that's a huge part. That's why he's quite effective. Most of his bag of tricks is more sales related than strictly lawyer related, I'd say. But you know, those things go really hand in hand, you know, and the same with interrogators, detectives. Detective Sergeant Jim Smith would be a fantastic salesman, a closer, right? You know, there's so many skills to selling that are useful in areas where you don't have to sell anything.
I let her know that within 15 minutes of the interview. He had been shot and he most likely would not survive.
You would agree with me, though, that was well after 12:30 in the afternoon.
Oh, 12:30, yes. It was after that.
Well after that phone call that apparently was made by Sigfredo Garcia to Katherine Magbanua, right?
Yes.
Let's now focus on Louis Rivera. Focus picture up so we remember who the character is. At the time you arrested Louis Rivera, you would agree he was in a desperate position given the evidence you had against him, right?
A desperate position?
Let's go over that. You had strong evidence against him, placing him as involved in the murder, right?
Yes.
He's then charged with first-degree murder,
Yes.
and if you know, looking at the death penalty.
Okay, yes.
There was also the potential that his non-Latin King co-defendant, Sigfredo Garcia, could flip on him and cooperate against him, right?
Yeah, he's got great cadence that really encourages people to listen to him. He's involving in his delivery. You compare this to Daniel Rashbaum. I mean, it is so, there's so much of a gap in skills, necessary skills, between Christopher DeCoste and Daniel Rashbaum, that I'll certainly say that compared to Dan Rashbaum, Christopher DeCoste is the greatest lawyer that ever there was. If that's what we're basing it on, a comparison with Danny Boy.
Are you asking me my perspective of what was going to happen?
I'm talking about what your knowledge of Mr. Rivera is before you get into a cooperation agreement with him.
I knew that, and he knew that there was a mountain of evidence against him.
Would you agree with me that there would be a danger in telling this guy what to say?
Hey, this is interesting. Jesus Lover says... Oh, hang on. Jesus Lover says, on a side note, I really appreciate that True Crime Metrix doesn't use clickbait titles on his videos. I get irritated at other creators. So, perhaps you can inform me, Jesus Lover, because I get zero time to watch any other creators. What do they put? What's an example of a clickbait title that you've seen recently? Share it with us, Jesus Lover.
To get a deal. Can we agree on that?
A danger?
Yes.
Danger to whom?
A danger to a miscarriage of justice if this guy is told what he needs to say to get a deal.
Pepper!
I would never consider telling him anything.
Okay, so let's get into that. You would agree this is a bad guy?
Yeah, he's a bad guy.
Gang leader?
From my understanding, yes.
Has a potential to lie?
Yes,
Has a motive to save himself?
I would say so.
And you deny giving him the script of what to say in this case?
I did not give him a script of to what to say in this case.
He ultimately cooperates in this case and gets a plea agreement, right?
Yes.
And he gives you a series of statements in between September 29, 2016 through October 4th, 2016.
That's about right.
Now, we talked about discovery in this case, all the reports. And you all authored a bunch of different reports in this case, right?
Yes.
Before that, there were arrest warrants for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Before what? I'm not following. Before...
Yeah, that was confusing. Let me back up. So, before you author any...
So is that an actual video, Cosmic Kitten? Sigfredo Garcia to testify? By who? I'd love to check it out to see what this clickbait thing is all about. Who's the creator that put that out, if that is a video?
Any reports, right? Before you author reports about their arrest. You first have to arrest them, right?
Right.
All right. So I jumped ahead. So you draft and you get arrest warrants for Luis Rivera and Sigfredo Garcia, right?
Yes.
And if you could explain to the jury what kind of information is contained in an arrest warrant.
Has their name, their date of birth, identifiers, social security number, last known address, what the elements of the crime were, what the evidence against that individual is.
And that's what I want to focus on. The evidence, that's a detailed narrative of the case, correct?
It is. There is some detail in there, probably not always everything in a warrant.
You would agree with me that the arrest warrant for Luis Rivera is dozens of pages of the facts in this case.
I don't recall how long it was for that guy.
You agree with me, though, that it was multiple pages?
I don't recall. Do you have a copy of it?
Yeah, we'll come back to that.
Okay.
let's turn now to your reports, and then we'll come back over to it. So you author two main reports. September 14, 2016, you author a report, right? Do you have it there in front of you?
Can I refer to this?
You can refresh your recollection.
Please give me the date again.
So top right-hand corner, 9/14/2016 at 15:35.
Yes, sir. I have it.
Now, for juror reference, this is authored 9/14/2016, correct?
Evan,
And this
how
is
you doing?
before Luis Rivera starts cooperating.
Yes.
And in these reports, and I'll refer you to page 4 specifically, it talks about your belief that Katherine Magbanua was involved. Right?
Yes.
You also authored another report, and the date is 7/12/2016, top right-hand corner, a 31-page report.
Yes.
You'd agree with me, that's several months before Luis Rivera starts cooperating.
It's July versus September.
So July 12, 2016, you authored this report, give it to the state attorney's office, it gets sent over to Luis Rivera in discovery to his attorneys, and then roughly 2.5 months later, he's cooperating in this case and giving you information, correct?
I don't know the timeline of all of it. I don't know when the state received it for sure. I don't know when it was provided in discovery.
So let's talk about what you can give me. This is authored and this is finalized on 7/12/2016, right?
Actually, it's approved on 7/27, but
So the end of July, this thing is done.
yep.
Luis Rivera, the first time that you meet with him to get his statement, his proffer, and we'll talk about the difference in between an interview and a proffer, that is done on September 29, 2016.
Actually, I was notified on the 29th. I didn't meet with him until the 30th of September of 2016 for the record.
Okay. So there was the potential of a couple of months to review your report.
Sure.
You would agree with me that this report details what your believed.
I'm pretty sure the 30th of September was the drive they took to try and find the gun in a body of water somewhere between Tallahassee, well, near Miami, let's say, where there are lots of bodies of water. The proffer was on the 3rd or 4th of October, I think, just going off my memory.
Theory of the cases,
Yes.
that it was through Katherine Magbanua.
I don't know if it's part in that one or the first one you referred to for 9/14 of 2016.
Would it help you to review your 31-page report?
I'm looking at it. Do you have a specific section or page? And please don't give me a page number. It's probably not going to be the same as my format.
Don't give me a page
You're on MapRoach?
number bigger than 9. Oh, whoops.
Okay?
That help?
Yes.
You agree with me, there's a lot of talk of Katherine Magbanua in this report.
Yes.
Now, in order for Mr. Rivera to get a deal, he has to advance your theory, right?
I don't know how, I'm not sure how to even answer that. I already gave my part in here. You're asking me for a lot of questions that is outside my purview. Not being the prosecuting attorney.
I understand you were the lead investigator, right?
Yep.
All right. And you went and met with Luis Rivera in May of 2016 when he was arrested, right?
We met with him at the Federal Detention Center, Coleman, in Central Florida.
And that interview was recorded.
Yes.
And you would agree with me that you told him, giving us Garcia is not enough. We already have him.
Okay.
You agree with me that
Yes.
that was said? So you have that meeting in May of 2016 where it's not enough to give up Sigfredo Garcia because you already have him. There's then arrest warrants and reports that are talking about Wendy Adelson and Katherine Magbanua, and several months later, he comes back to you and says, Wendy Adelson and Katherine Magbanua were involved, right?
In so many words, yes.
And it was his words, this guy's word, his word alone, that resulted in the arrest of Katherine Magbanua.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
If you know, you can answer.
After his proffered interview on September 30th, she was arrested the very next day.
And you would agree with me that it was not enough without his testimony.
It wasn't enough for the state attorney's office to approve the warrant, correct?
So let's talk about what Luis Rivera says. The direct evidence that he gives against Katherine Magbanua. First, Luis Rivera says that Sigfredo Garcia told him that Katherine was involved, right?
Yes.
These reports explain how Garcia was involved, right?
How Garcia was involved.
Correct.
Yes.
And his movements and his actions and his phone calls, correct?
Yes.
In fact, one of the pages in here talks about specifically the volley of communications, not the substance of it, but just when the communications happened between Mr. Garcia and Miss Magbanua.
Isom does look like an aged Popeye, doesn't he? You put a little sailor cap on him, an anchor tattoo on his forearm, a can of spinach in the witness box, and we've got ourselves a little cork pipe. Can we zoom in? Like, I'm really asking, what is wrong with this guy? I love him. I think he's got a good heart. I bet he treats his wife like a fucking queen. I bet he's super hospitable to his guests. You know, a giver. Laid back giver. But, you know, just in his kind of professional output, it's obscure to me. I don't know that I've ever seen a police officer so kind of removed from anything that approaches the demeanor of being on the case. You know what I mean?
Magbanua, right?
Yes.
The next thing, the second thing that Luis Rivera gives as evidence is that he overheard some phone calls. Right?
Yes.
You'd agree with me that the discovery discusses the call frequency between Garcia and Magbanua.
Are you talking about my...
Hey, Harley. Yeah, I'll have to check out her live because someone said earlier she was talking about a third trip, which I don't believe there was. We were just talking about that, and then someone said she was talking about it. So maybe she's got some evidence that I don't know. Maybe she's got some evidence that I don't know. But, you know, I still don't know why we're even talking about it. Like, whether or not there was a third trip, I mean, I really don't think there was. I mean, but even if there was, what does that change? How does that aid the securing of Donna Adelson's conviction or further the effort to achieve an arrest of Wendy Adelson? I mean, I'm not even sure. There doesn't seem to be any probative value to it. You know, is is it just like to form part of the story, or I mean, just I don't know. I'm not too sure what it's relevant to. I mean, I really don't think there was a trip, but you know, you never know. Maybe I don't have all the information. You know, I'll have to check out the video later. I don't really get time to watch other creators, as I said, but I'll make a special effort if it's a subject that we're discussing.
My discovery, is that what you're asking?
Correct, yes.
I don't recall when it was brought up or how it was brought up, but as you're referring to this section that you pointed out, to me, there's phone calls between Garcia, Magbanua.
The third trip shows premeditation. What more than the other two trips, and the money, and the phones, and the emails, and you know, it's like I think we've got premeditation covered. As the 1, 2, 3, 4 convictions that have already happened in the case indicate.
And Charlie Adelson, back and forth, but not directly between Adelson and Garcia. They all go back through her.
We're getting a little bit off track here.
Okay.
So I want to bring it back in. We're talking about what Luis Rivera tells you is the direct evidence against Katherine Magbanua. The first one is Sigfredo Garcia telling him that she was involved. The second one, that Luis Rivera says that he overheard some phone calls that were being had between Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, right?
No, he overheard one particular one immediately after the homicide.
All right. And you would agree with me that he didn't have to make up that there was a phone call, because it was right there in your report that said there's a phone call at 12:30 after the murder, right?
If he had access to it, or if it was read to him, or given to him, yeah, he could do that.
He would just have to pepper in what the conversation was about.
Sure.
You have no reason to believe that he didn't get your report and discovery, right?
I have no idea. I have no idea.
In your many years as an investigator.
Once again, I have no idea. That's my answer.
Okay, but let me ask the question. In your many years as an investigator, you learn that these reports become part of the process and go to the defense. You know that, right?
Yes.
And you have no reason to believe that that didn't happen here.
I have no reason to believe otherwise in this case.
All right, now the third thing that Luis Rivera says, the third and final piece of direct evidence, all the evidence that he gives against Katherine Magbanua, is that there was this supposed meeting the day after the murder.
And another thing Christopher DeCoste is effective at, you know, the opinion seems a little bit split in this chat, but that's okay. We don't all need to think the same thing. That'd be pretty boring, wouldn't it? The other thing he's quite good at, from my perspective, is cornering someone, you know? Wrapping some facts around them and then coming out of nowhere and just trapping them in some story, even if it's all just a sort of song and dance. He's good at taking people off their feet. Of course, that's easy with Isom. Isom could probably be taken off his feet by a you know, a small woodland animal of some description, a baby badger maybe, or an injured mole. A blind injured mole and a baby badger could corner this guy.
Where the payment was made, right?
Yes.
You would agree with me that your reports discuss the cell phone proximity of all these people on the morning of July 19th.
Yes.
So let me back up to make sure that that's clear for the jury here. The murder happens on July 18, 2014.
Correct.
July 19, 2014, it is believed that there is a meeting between Luis Rivera.
I mean, with 3 trips, I mean, why stop there? Make it 6. Get onto first name terms with every waitress in Hooters, right? Maybe go on a date with a couple of them. You know, introduce yourself to the hotel, motel manager. Get invited round to have dinner with his family. You know, really get your face known in the city. you know. Yeah, do a load of Instagram pics on your 6 trips to Tallahassee. What else? You know, just get super friendly with Shadrick Nobles. Make sure he knows your entire life story that he definitely won't repeat to police. Come on, it's 2 trips, and that was too many.
Sigfredo Garcia and Katherine Magbanua, where a payment is made.
Yes.
And Luis Rivera says, well, Catherine's there and she makes a payment.
Yes.
Right? Now, there's some cell phone communications that morning, and then there's also the general proximity of cell phones in the Miami area, correct?
Correct.
And all of that is explained in the report about the communication activity and the proximity of the phones, correct?
How old is Isom here? Well, he was on the force for 28 and a half years. He retired in 2017, so he started his career in, what, 1988? Is that right? Fucking hell. So let's assume he was 20 in 1988. He's older than... He's too old to be born in 68 here, come on. And this is 5 years after he's retired. I'm guessing he's born in 1962. So that would make him 60. No, maybe. I think he's 65, isn't he? 65, 60, 66? I don't know. I have no idea.
Yes.
So all Luis Rivera would have to do is just pepper in some details to make it into evidence, correct?
Well, let's make sure that the jury's clear that the conversation was not captured. It was just where the phones were and the duration of the calls. So as far as the payment or anything, that came directly from Rivera.
Correct. So what we're talking about is that Luis Rivera can take it and go, all right, so there's a phone call at 12:30. I know there's a phone call, and I know that because they're telling me. Oh yeah, that was the phone call where I heard there was a murder. He could do that, right?
Yes.
And again, you agree this is a dangerous guy.
I've already answered that, yes.
Yes. And although you said that you didn't give him the script intentionally, didn't you unintentionally give him the script of what to say?
If you want to look at it from that hindsight, yes.
That's all the direct evidence he gives, correct? Against Miss Magbanua.
To my recollection.
So let's go to one of the pieces of circumstantial evidence that the state asked you about, the paychecks from the Adelson Institute, right? Your theory is that it was payment for involvement in the murder, right?
I just know she received compensation for no known duties. Nothing that she didn't do anything for them.
And that's great. That's great for their theory, right?
I guess so, yeah. I mean,
I got news for you, Julia Nilsson. Isom is not dead. Careful what information you listen to, Julia. General Isom has not died.
in getting paid and not having responsibilities.
Again, their theory. That's great for their theory to have payment for no actual work, right?
Correct.
Now, you can't say whether she actually worked there or not, because you agree with me that you didn't fully investigate.
But not following.
All right. So, Charles Adelson, he works at the Adelson Institute, and that's a brick and mortar location, right?
Yes.
But he's a traveling periodontist.
Yes.
If you could explain to the jury what that is.
He goes to other dentist's office to do special work.
So he's not working at one location constantly.
Correct.
Now, You were aware of Katherine Magbanua's job description.
Gillian Nelson, listen, there was a guy called Craig Isom that died, but it's not this Craig Isom. I know it's hard to believe that there's two, but there are, and one of them's dead, and it's not our Isom. Let's Google it as well, and we'll just disprove this. I mean, the picture looks nothing like him at all. Oh, can I save this image? I mean, I don't know who it was that put this out originally, that Craig Isom died, but it's been going around the internet for a little while, and when you see the picture of this Craig Isom, it's like, what the fuck? Who is going to confuse this? You know, it's... how do we share this? Let me see if it's... Alright, we got it. Hang on. Okay. Now, I'm not an expert in facial recognition or anything. I don't have a supercomputer, but I don't fucking need one to know that that's not the same guy at any stage of life. Oh, yeah, I'll show you the tribute wall. Tribute. So here it is, guys, especially you, Julia. This is the Craig Isom that died, right? And, oh, can I not scroll? Hang on, let me just try and scroll. So, scroll. My sincerest condolences to Latonia and to Craig's family. Latonia, know that your work family is here to support you. From Tracy Abrams. Look, there he is. Yeah, that was the day he arrested Wendy. Or interviewed Wendy. He showed up to fucking Mosaic Restaurant in that vest. Yeah. There he is. That was when he was on a brief suspension from Tallahassee Police Department for not sharing the mud pie. He took a walk with the dog, didn't give the dog any mud pie either. Okay, so...
Description, right?
No,
You weren't aware that she was communicating with patients?
no.
Do you not remember, or is that a no, she wasn't? Do you not remember, or is that a no, she wasn't?
To my knowledge, she was not contacting patients.
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
Page 117, lines 4 to 10. You're on a map road?
Okay.
You understand?
No, don't read it out loud. Just read it to yourself, and then when you're
Okay.
done, look up.
Okay.
That help?
Go ahead. Use your phrase.
Did that help your memory?
Yes.
What was Katherine Magbanua's job description at the Adelson Institute?
According to what was talked about on the phone, was contacting patients, and that would be the wire tap of Charlie and Katie, Katherine Magbanua's phone.
So surreptitious recordings of Katherine Magbanua speaking.
Yeah, good point, Christina. You're telling me that this guy on the witness stand is 53 years old? He's 67, I'd say. At least 65, right?
Charles Adelson talks about her working at the Adelson Institute.
It's just reference of contacting patients.
And that would, and his patients are what? He's only a dentist, right?
Yep.
He's not a doctor. He doesn't have patients in another field of work, right?
No.
So his only patients would be through his dental work.
Yes.
And she was getting paid for doing work for the dental office.
That's what was said on wiretap. That was what was captured, and that's what I was referring to in my death.
Well, that's interesting, Harley. Harley says that he was listening to both True Crime Metrix and Fancy, so was not fully attentive, but think Fancy was focusing on the colour and type of Louis Sigfredo rented to look like Jeff. Yeah, well, you know what? I've never heard anyone from the rental company say, "Hey, listen, these guys came in and they said we need a car that looks like this." Could it not just be that, you know, most rental cars share a kind of average look? A lot of them are Japanese. You know, could it not be that Jeff just happened to have a car that looked somewhat like a rental? I mean, I've never thought that they looked very similar. If we go to, let's do a couple of bits on cars tonight, guys, as well. If we have a look at a 2004 Nissan, I know that Jeff says it looks similar in profile, but does it? I think a Toyota Prius is one of the most distinctive car shapes that there are. It's quite an unusual shaped car. So let's see. I mean, here, if we take this one, this is a 2004 Nissan Sentra, 4 doors. 1 second. If there was this big move to make sure they had a car that looked like Jeff's, why not get the same one? And no one's ever testified that, hey, they came in, they said they got to have a Nissan Sentra. And then we go, this is the thing about this case, is there's so many false coincidences that the real coincidences get thrown in. Oh, well, that must be a conspiracy. That must be a lie. There's so many, you know, what I just said, there's so many false coincidences that are shown to be part of a conspiracy that the real coincidences instantly get tarred with the same brush. What are we looking for now? A 2008 Toyota Prius. Save image as Prius. Do 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 do. Oh, you don't have a white background? I mean, really? You think those look similar? Because I don't. At all. It's a shame we don't have a white background here. Let me see if I can get one with a white background. Well, let's try from a different angle. You know, because not everyone's going to get them side on. Here's a good one. Side Prius. And then we'll do the Sentra again. Nissan. One and I mean, I do probably pay attention to cars quite a lot. I know some people don't. I mean, they both look Japanese, but they are Japanese. I mean, you know, that's the only similarity that I see. The headlights are different. The length of the hood is different. The wheelbase is different. The trunk is different. The A-frame is different. I mean, it's pretty hard to have. Obviously, you could have two more different cars. You could have a Nissan Sentra and a fucking, you know, what would be very different? A Cadillac Fleetwood? A 61 Fleetwood. Yeah, the suspects, they were in either a Prius or a black Fleetwood. I don't know, they look so similar that... should we check out a Fleetwood while we're here? Yeah. Fucking, you tell Sigfredo Garcia to go and get a car that looks like a 2004 Nissan Sentra, and he comes back with this. Hang on, I've got to make it small. There's got to be a quicker way to do this. Sigfredo, take that back, man. That looks nothing like a Prius. Hey, it would have been cooler if they did it in the Cadillac. Yeah, my feeling with the cars is that it wasn't an attempt to get a car that looked like his. I don't think they intended for the car to be seen, right? Right? I don't think they foresaw Jim Geiger being a witness and seeing the car run away. I don't think they envisaged Sigfredo and Lewis being so fucking stupid to follow Markel into a heavily surveilled area where their car would be identified. I mean, if you're going to go to the trouble of getting a car to look like Jeff's, wouldn't you want it to be seen? Or are you just doing that in case? I mean, if it's either show the car or don't show the car. If you're going to go to the trouble of getting one that looks like Jeff's, you're going to want it to be seen. If you're not going to go to the trouble of getting one that looks like Jeff's, and you just happen to get your standard hire car that happens to look like Jeff's average car that a college professor might drive when he's saving for a house, right? I'm sorry, but a fucking Toyota Prius looks nothing like a 2004 Nissan Sentra. You know? What do I believe? I believe that this is one of those. I mean, it's not even a coincidence because they don't look alike. I know that Jeff seems to think that they look alike, especially in profile, is his quote on the stand. If he just said a shit car, then it would be the same. But, you know, that's not what happened. Anyway, back to cross-examination here.
So you would agree with me that she's working at the Adelson Institute?
No. No, I do not.
Would the work of communicating with patients require her to be in any specific office?
No.
Were you aware whether she did or did not have a work phone?
I never found any evidence of a work phone. I do not know whether she had a work phone.
If you could explain to this jury what you did to look for it.
I didn't come across anything. There was never a reference to any other phone number besides the one she maintained that we had.
My question was, what did you do to look for it?
I didn't have anything to do with it.
But you had this.
I didn't look for a phone, a separate phone. That's what you're asking.
You had this information from surreptitious recordings that they don't know about, where she's talking about communicating with patients. So you knew that there was a lead there, right?
I don't remember if the reference to patients was at the beginning of the wiretap or later on when I felt like they were suspicious of being wiretapped.
Let's talk about what other investigation you did. Did you go and speak to patients,
No.
whether they've spoken to Katherine Magbanua?
Once again, no.
Did you even try?
No.
Could have gone to the Adelson Institute, stood out front, and asked people, hey, do you know who this person is?
Did not do that.
Going back for a second to the wiretaps, the wiretaps were over a period of time in April, roughly May of 2016, correct?
Yes.
And you reviewed those yourself.
I reviewed a good portion of them, yes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Neverly darling. The Prius is just one of those cars, and you know, Jim Geiger's a good a testament to this. Is that it's so easily recognizable by even people that aren't into knowing like what car is what car. So certain people just see a red car or a blue car and don't go, well, that's a Buick LeSabre, that's a Honda Accord or whatever, right? But a Prius, even someone who knows nothing about what car is what, knows how to recognize a Prius. So if you're going to get a similar car to a 2000 Sentra, maybe get one that not everybody and their 4-year-old child can identify as a Toyota Prius.
Now, what's been termed as the bump, the communication between law enforcement and Donna Adelson, that doesn't happen until around the 20th, correct?
I believe that's correct.
And in your review of all of the phone calls prior to that bump, before anybody knew anything was going on, you heard phone calls where it was talking about...
Objection, hearsay.
That's sustained.
Your Honor, if we can go sidebar.
All right.
Amy, Jodi Arias took the red car back because red cars attract the attention of law enforcement. She didn't request a red car. She was given a red car and said, no, I don't want that. But you've got a good point, is that the Amy says Jody Harris requested a red car. Well, no, it's the other way around. But the point is they remembered that. The rental company remembered that. I think they would have remembered if they asked for a specific car. I think they just gave them any car. Yes, so do I. And it just so happens that this shitty rental company, mom pop company down in Miami, you know, they have average four-door saloons or sedans, and Jeff happens to have a shitty average four-door sedan. You know, it's as do most people on the road, you know. Prius has always had that shape, Julia. First generation onward. It's never looked like a Nissan Sentra with the long hood and the average trunk. It's always had that kind of, what shape is it? It's like oval triangle. Alright, yeah, we'll bring up the first generation Prius. I mean, I'm not sure what relevance it has because theirs was a 2008 first generation Prius. Well, I can see it's heading in the direction. We actually didn't have this one in Europe. Not the same body shape, but it's still not. It's not where it needs to be confused with a Sentra. I'll show it to you guys anyway. So that's the first generation Prius, and we'll bring up the Sentra as a comparison. I mean, they didn't have a first generation Prius, they had a 2008, so it doesn't really make a difference, but you know, the Sentra is still a very different shape. I mean, this first generation is a little bit more towards the Sentra, but the hood's too short, the trunk's too short, the wheelbase is too short. I mean, it's not the same car. And beside all that, there's no evidence from the rental company that a specific car, colour, make, model was requested. Prius is one of the most, especially the 2008, which is the one they have had, which is what is relevant, first generation or no. You know, they chose one of the most identifiable cars on the road that even people that don't know anything about cars know how to fucking spot a Prius, as shown when Jim Geiger, an elderly man, just straight away said it looked like a Prius, right? You know, it's just, it's never hit me as being true, this whole thing about the car being picked, despite Jeff's opinion about it being similar in profile.
Investigator, I'm going to frame this a little bit better for you, just for the jury here. The government asked you the question about whether there was any evidence that she worked for the Adelson Institute on direct, and your answer was no, right?
Correct.
I've now asked you whether you reviewed the wiretaps, specifically those prior to the bump, before anybody was thinking, hey, law enforcement is looking at us, right?
Okay.
All right. In your review of the wiretaps, are you aware of the call on April 15, 2016 at 12:03 and 10 seconds where Miss Magbanua says to Charles Adelson, quote, still work for you?
Still what?
Still work for you.
I don't recall that offhand.
You would agree with me that a phone call where she says still work for you is evidence that she works for him.
I don't know what context that was in. I'm not sure what preceded that or what was discussed beforehand. That terminology could mean a lot of things.
Could also mean that she works for the Adelson Institute and is legitimately receiving paychecks, right?
Yep.
Now, not only did you have the wiretaps and have all this call detail record, at one point you get Charles Adelson's iCloud data.
The owl thing. Okay, so yeah, I mean, is anyone in the chat from Tallahassee? Because I'm not, but through certain things I've heard Georgia say and a few other references during the trial, it's my understanding that owls are common in Tallahassee, and there are a lot of trees, right? So is it true that owls are common in Tallahassee to the point of almost being thematic of the city? You know, do people go there to see owls or ornithologists or something? I mean, the T-shirt, the wardrobe, Dan had a carving on the wardrobe of an owl. Lewis took a picture of an owl. Wendy's T-shirt was an owl. I mean, this is why I'm asking the question: if owls are common in Tallahassee to the point of almost being thematic of the city, because if they are thematic of the city, I could see some kind of gift shop in Tallahassee selling an owl T-shirt. I could see some older wardrobe by a local craftsman or whatever having an owl carved into it, right? And I could see Lewis getting excited seeing an owl because there's not so many of them in Miami, but there may be a lot in Tallahassee where there are trees. Yeah, I mean, there's no omenistic value to the owl. Are there any other owl references? The T-shirt, the wardrobe, and the Instagram post. Are there any others at all? I believe that's it. If anyone can remember another owl reference. And again, you know, yes, if Tallahassee if owls are commonplace to the point of it being thematic of the city, a gift shop might well sell owl T-shirts. A wardrobe built locally might have an owl carving in it, and Lewis might be impressed by seeing an owl, a big bird, you know. Oh man, an owl! I got to take a picture of that man and post it on Instagram. You know, knucklehead that he is. Yeah, I can see that being just. I mean, if it's not a coincidence, what is the suggestion? That there's some extra supernatural shit going on? Because, you know, I mean, really? Is that the direction we're going in?
Right?
Yes.
Now, iCloud data, for anybody that doesn't know, that's all your information that you have in the cloud with Apple for an iPhone, correct?
To my understanding, yes.
It includes text messages, phone call logs, notes, calendar events, contacts, stuff like that, right?
I don't know to what extreme it collects everything. But
Like in Portugal, right? Different towns there's a capital for everything. There's the capital of pork. There's the capital of octopus. And in those, in the capital of octopus, there's gift shops where you can buy an octopus on a t-shirt. You know what I mean? In the capital of pork, you can buy a t-shirt with a pig on it. You know what I'm saying? It just feels like something like that to me. Especially when you look at the kind of t-shirt that it is. It doesn't look like, a mainstream designer brand. It looks like the sort of thing that you might buy in a gift shop, in a town that has some kind of association with an animal. And that's what I'm asking the chat. If anyone knows if owls are commonplace in Tallahassee to the point of it becoming a theme, let us know.
But
thank you, Riding Shotgun, for the super something. Thank you, Riding Shotgun.
As a lead investigator, of course, you reviewed those iMessages, right?
I reviewed some that may not have been reviewed by myself for all of them.
Do you remember on August 12, 2014?
Objection, hearsay.
Same response, Your Honor.
Overruled.
On August 12, 2014 through August 13, 2014, where Ms. Magbanua sends a text message to Mr. Adelson saying, "Can you call me when you get a chance? Have something to ask you about your site. I'm not saying today, any time of the week, because he's asking me and telling me to call your office to get some info and to set up a meeting, but I'm going to tell him to just meet you up anywhere you're at. Response, I will call him first break today, repeated, to set something up. Can I text me his contact info?" And that was read correctly. There was just a mistake.
And that was from Magbanua to Charlie Adelson?
Correct.
And that was August of 2014?
August 12th and August 13th.
I don't believe... No, they didn't rent a Prius on the first trip. I can't remember what it was, though. Does anyone remember what they rented on the first trip? I don't remember, and I wouldn't know what to search for on Google. This is why we need to build our website, guys. Maybe that should be our goal for the next, because we're going to build such a resource where all of these facts can just be at your fingertips, right? Because we've all got stuff over there, stuff on Discord, stuff on Reddit, stuff on YouTube, and it's all just mixed up. We need to have one True Crime Metrix resource for everybody to enjoy everything we have for free, forever, in peace.
I don't recall that specifically, no.
And you remember the government exhibit, it's somewhere here, but... The government's exhibit for the paychecks, right?
Yes.
Now, when did these paychecks start?
Down at the bottom, the date right there, I can't read it from here, but I believe it's September of 2014.
September 18, 2014, that's when the paychecks start, right?
Correct.
Now, staying on the topic of the iMessages, in your review, your objective review, do you remember the text message?
Yep, Julia, the Sigfredo fired into the Prius on the second trip.
Where Katherine Magbanua texts Charles Adelson on September 14, 2014, 4 days before that. Text him, "I'll let you know my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. Thank you again." Is that or is that not evidence that she's about to start working for him in receiving paychecks?
Yeah. Paul M says, "My wife is looking for a new car. When I asked her what kind she wanted, she says a blue one. You should have asked her, how many wheels do you want?"
It sounds like it is.
Next, on September 17, 2014, Katherine Magbanua sends a text message to Charles Adelson. That's awesome! Exclamation point. Thank you so much. I'll call them to make sure they put me in the schedule. You said my full name. Charles Adelson to Katherine Magbanua. No problem. You're helping me out more than I'm helping you. I'm excited to excuse me, that's Katherine Magbanua. No problem. You're helping me out more than I'm helping you. I'm excited to start. Yay. Next message. Cool. It should work good. I did say you would call. I did not give your full name, but just call. It's cool. Response. KK. Now these messages are on September 17th, 2014, the day before she starts receiving patients. It's evidence that she's working there, right?
Sounds like it.
So the answer that was given to the state of no evidence that she's working there, that was incorrect, right?
No, that was my answer to the state.
In your
These are text messages. I don't even know what preceded the first part of that. Awesome. What was the awesome in reference to?
How do you not know? You said you reviewed the iMessages.
I don't have them all right here in front of me. You're referring and picking up in midstream and saying awesome and starting off this whole diatribe. I don't know what the message was before that she's
right.
referring to.
So do me a favor, explain to this jury what could have preceded. I'll let you know my availability so you can know more or less how many hours I can dedicate. Thank you again.
Objection calls for speculation. Argumentative.
All right. He's already answered the question. Let's move on.
In your review of the iMessages, you also came across the messages on November 6, 2014, where Charles Adelson writes to Katherine Magbanua, put that you work in the office, not at home.
Put, was that the first word you said?
Yeah. Let me know if you need me to reread it. Put that you work in the office, not at home. Next message. No shit, Sherlock. My apologies, Judge. Response, LOL. Next, I don't know pay period dates. Can you call me? I'm driving. Focusing first. So you would agree with me, November 2014 is right at the beginning of when she's working there, right?
Yes.
And there's a message that says, put that you work in the office, not at home, right?
I heard you.
That would indicate two things to you, right? That she is working for the Adelson Institute, right?
He's telling her what to put on something. I have no idea what that's in reference to.
But it says in there, put that you work in the office, not at home. That was a big deal for you on direct, the fact that you never saw her leave home and go to the Adelson Institute, right?
Correct.
All of this lines up with the fact of what you found out in your investigation, that what she was doing was communicating
It looks like the car for the first trip was a Hyundai.
with patients, and she was doing it remotely.
Could have been easily explained at answering the subpoena, but it never was.
Investigator, do me a favor. Look at this jury. Can you tell them conclusively that she did not work for Charles Adelson, legitimately receiving that money?
I can tell you that I could find no evidence of what duties.
Leslie says, hey, Metrix, I guess there were 3 trips. One where they had to turn around because was not supposed to travel so far. What do you mean they're not supposed to travel so far? I mean, my dispute with the 3 trips is 3 trips to Tallahassee. So something about turning back when they're however far from Miami is not what I'm specifically arguing against. And additionally involving Anthony Ortiz, I think that's a real reach. And you got the one where Lewis won't shoot in front of kids, and I think they also lost him. They saw him with the kids, but Lewis didn't want to do it then because the kids were there. But then they remained and then lost him as well. So they turned back. I think I've got this picture here. First trip, June 2nd, rented, turned back. First trip, June 3rd, rented. That returning the same, going out again the next day. That's one trip in my mind. And it looks like a Hyundai. But you know what all these cars look like when you see them together? Just any fucking bunch of cars on a rental lot in the world. I could go to a fucking Enterprise car rental right now, rent a car, and it would look like this. You know what I'm saying? Unless you specifically ask a rental company for something special, like, hey, listen, I need an SUV or whatever. They're going to give you something like this, a standard four-door, what is the economic mileage, that's just rental companies. And in this trial, the rental company guy is going to come in and he does not say anything of, hey, you know what, they wanted a special car.
How she was employed, what schedule, or any way that would adjust for this compensation. Nothing.
And as the
I could not find anything. And it was subpoenaed to the office. You would think that an office could supply an application, a W-4, a schedule, duties. Nothing was provided. Only that these paychecks were paid to her on those days.
Investigator, my question was, can you conclusively say to them, no, she didn't work there?
No.
Because there's evidence that indicates that she did, right?
You've read it out. I've stated my answer.
All right.
Thanks.
Let me give you a name. We're talking about your investigation. Juan Marcos Vega. Are you aware?
Thank you, Molly, for your work with the Adelson Institute. Yeah. I could run that place. No, thank you very much for the super chat, Molly. Much appreciated.
Who that is?
I'm trying to catch up with these comments, guys. Sorry, I've been on a fucking rental car rant for the last 30 minutes, but I don't know why people feel the need to go and create embellishments to this story when there's no need for it, right? It's like there's already enough evidence.
Very good, remember the name.
That he was a Latin king?
I don't even recall whether he was a Latin king.
Did you ever take a look at Luis Rivera's federal indictment?
I'm sure I did. I don't, at this point, I don't recall what exactly it said.
Do you recall that he was a co-defendant in Luis Rivera's federal indictment?
Objection, relevance?
Would it refresh your recollection to take a look at the indictment?
All right, the objection's overruled, and you can go ahead and show it to him.
Sure.
Well, who's of that? Where are we? Neverly Darling says, wonder if Wendy will gain £50 in jail too. Well, both Charlie and Donna have had an Arthur hearing, right? And there's no bond for murder charges in Florida, but you can have an Arthur hearing for, what is it classified as? Sort of to put a case to the court why bond should be considered under some kind of special circumstance. I'm butchering the wording of this. I can't really remember, but I think you all know what I mean because we've all watched it together, right? Obviously, Donna had shown quite clearly an intent to flee, by being on the jetway of a plane going to a non-extradition country. Charlie had said if they have any evidence, we'd have already been at the airport by now. Things like that. Wendy's, and oh please, no one get in the comments and say Wendy's getting ready to flee. She is not going to flee. She's not going to try and cross into Mexico. She's not going to hire a coyote to, she's prepped. She's coming in. She's coming in hard and ready. But, when she has an Arthur hearing, perhaps, what's the state's standard? They have to, evidence that so presumes, I can't remember the wording. My point is that she could possibly get out on bail. She would have a better shot at convincing a judge at an Arthur hearing than Charlie and Donna did, right? Maybe it won't happen, but she would certainly be starting with a less of an unlikelihood, put it that way. Slightly less.
Make sure you show that to the state.
Okay.
Okay, so we've got here's an owl mural that's painted in Tallahassee. Let's have a look here. Oh, no, this one. So apparently the most common species of owl is the barred owl in Tallahassee. And it does kind of look like the owl on Wendy's t-shirt a bit. Let's see if we can show that here. Barred owl. Not barn owl, barred owl. Painted by Nick Seabolt, unless the bush is covering up the rest of his name. Where's our owl? There he is. Isn't he great? What do you think his name is? Duncan. Duncan the barn owl. Barred owl. What else do we have here? So owls are a thing. I can't really see clearly Wendy's t-shirt, but just enough to sort of get an idea that it's her t-shirt has on it what looks like a very close representation, albeit in a cartoon style, somewhat of a cartoon style. All right, there's Duncan. Everyone take a good look at Duncan. Now we're going to go to the shirt. Or should we do it side by side? Let's do it side by side. You're staying with us, Duncan. Don't worry about it, Duncan. Or should we have one more look at that Fleetwood? Ain't she sweet? Okay, so that could be Duncan's brother, right? Same pose, same tail, the eyes, the big circles around the eyes, although we can't really see. Of course, it could just be some generic owl, but I'd go so far to say that Wendy's owl looks like a barred owl and could be Duncan's brother. So I think we've established that owls are a thing in Tallahassee. and possibly enough to have a gift shop selling t-shirts with owls. Which means that there's enough for some nice antique wardrobe that was built locally to have an owl carved into it as a signature. That was probably the carpenter's signature. He carved an owl in everything, right? And then Lewis saw an owl, idiot that he is, and thought, that looks cool, I'm going to take a picture of it. The owl thing is over now, okay? We've dealt with the owls. We've dealt with the rental car. We've dealt with the owls. We've dealt with the third trip. Nothing to it. There's enough real evidence that we can use that's useful to the case. All of this stuff is just storytelling, you know. It's just little bits of filler to you know. I know people really want to believe that there's some fucking omenistic value to the owl, or it's so spooky that it's everywhere, right? Get over it. Drop it. Okay? You're not 8 years old anymore, and you can live in the adult world. Okay? It's easy. Man, looking at Isom with a MacBook is like looking at Keith Richards holding a warm glass of milk. It just doesn't go, does it? Is this technology?
I don't recall reading this before. I mean, I can sit here and read the whole thing, but I don't recall reading this before. This is a federal indictment? Okay.
Fair enough. If you don't remember reading this and taking a look at it. Now, Jason Newland, he's an investigator for Ms. Kappelman in the state attorney's office, correct?
Yes.
Works with the prosecution.
Yes.
When you were working the case and still the lead investigator, did you ever receive information from him concerning the name Juan Marcos Vega?
I did receive a couple of different names from him, and that may have been one of them.
No, Anthony's not the one who took the 50K, Leslie. That was a completely separate situation. You know, Sigfredo, Latin Kings, Charlie hadn't even met Katie at that point. It's completely isolated. If indeed it really happened, I mean, I assume it did. And I assume that Wendy was fucking pissed off, because it would have been so much better for Wendy to have Markel murdered before the divorce was finalized, right? Think about that. She'd have automatically inherited all of his worldly assets. There'd be no funds going to sit with Shelley Markel in Toronto and having disbursements to the boys. It all would go to Wendy as the wife, I believe. I mean, unless someone knows something I don't about how that works in Florida, it would have been much, much better for Wendy to have Markel killed in 2013 before the finalizing of the divorce, yeah? I bet she was fucking pissed about that.
Was any investigation done into Juan Marcos Vega?
I did not. I don't know if Investigator Newland did, but unless I documented it and have forgotten about it, then it was not my play.
Yeah, we're just talking about you.
I did not.
Let's go back to Luis Rivera, and specifically the statements that he made to you. On October 4th, 2016, you and Agent Patrick Sanford from the FBI, you sit down with him and you have a recorded interview, right?
October 4th, 2016, correct.
And that was at Jefferson County.
Jefferson County Jail.
Now, a couple days before that, September 30th, 2016, you have your first meeting with him.
Yes,
Now, for the jury, these two meetings, these aren't investigative meetings, right? These are proffers.
they're referred to as a proffer by a defendant.
This is where he's showcasing what information he can give you to get a deal.
I just take the information as part of the investigation. I have nothing to do with the deal, but yes.
Yeah, you get the information, you then pass it over to the government, but it's ultimately the currency that he has to get a deal, right?
That's the way I understand it works, yes.
The first meeting with him on September 30th, 2016, it was not recorded, right?
No,
But could have been.
yes,
You were notified, as you told us before, the day before, on September 29th, 2016, right?
September 29th, I was notified that the next day they requested me, myself and Agent Sanford to interview him at the Jefferson County Jail, which would be September 30th.
So you'd agree with me that you had time to prepare
Time to prepare.
a recording device.
There's already a recording device at the Jefferson County Jail.
And
I was
yet-
told, I was informed of that.
And yet it still wasn't recorded.
It was not recorded.
And that was a decision to not record it because the capabilities were right there. You were in an interview room.
Correct.
In fact, you were in the same room that days later you did the recorded interview, right?
Thank you so much, Evan, for the 5 coffees on buymeacoffee.com. True Crime Metrix is the best. Well, I don't know about that. I'm only the best in the Western world.
Correct.
You also had cameras of your own.
Back up a minute. Cameras of my own.
Let me help you out. Right after that meeting, you get into a van and go looking for the gun, right?
Right. I was supplied a body cam that uniformed officers primarily wear. I was supplied that right before we went on a van ride on September 30th, 2016 to retrace the steps, the route they took that day.
You would agree with me as law enforcement. You don't need approval to record. You can do it surreptitiously.
Right. Yes.
You'd agree with me that the September 30th, 2016 interview or proffer should have been recorded, right? You'd agree with me on that.
Not necessarily as a decision by the state attorney's office not to record it. We didn't record it.
And all we have is your account of it.
I did a detailed report on what was said during that meeting. It's not verbatim, it's not a recording, but it's my record.
It's summarized, right?
Yes,
And that word is specifically used in your report that this is summarized.
correct.
So it's more of your opinion of what he's saying.
No, it's not an opinion. It's not all regurgitated in detail.
You would agree with me that you're not writing down quotes. Like the court reporter here is taking down exactly what I'm saying, right?
Correct.
That's not what's in your report.
Correct.
Your report is Rivera said this, Rivera said that.
Correct.
Not a quote, open quote, this is what he said, close quote. It's you saying what you think he's saying.
Correct.
Let's go to another name. Anthony Ortiz. You know who that is, right?
I know the name. It's been a while. I don't recall his involvement of anything. Anthony Ortiz, I do remember the name.
And he goes by the nickname of Hebero,
Okay.
and you know that he was a Latin king, correct?
Yes.
Now, you're saying that you're not sure of any involvement. On direct examination, the government moved in through you Luis Rivera's call detail records, and you reviewed those when you were on the case,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
The morning of July 19th, there was a bunch of communications with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz, King Anthony, right?
We weren't monitoring Luis Rivera's calls. Is that what you're referring to?
Let me rephrase it. July 19th, 2014, the day after the murder.
Right.
When Luis Rivera tells this story that Katherine Magbanua is there for the payment of money. Remember that, right?
Yes.
You have Luis Rivera's call detail records from that morning, right?
Okay.
And there's a whole bunch of communications amongst all the other people where he's communicating with King Anthony, right?
I have to take your word for it. I don't recall it specifically. But I know that King Anthony or Hibaro does get involved as far as going to pick up someone.
You never interviewed King Anthony, right?
I know.
What? What's he talking about? He's talking
Of
about
any
King
involvement.
Anthony.
On direct examination, the government moved in through you Luis Rivera's call detail records, and you reviewed those when you were on the case.
Yeah.
So Hibaro is country boy in Puerto Rican Spanish, is it?
Right?
Yes.
The morning of July 19th, there was a bunch of communications with Luis Rivera and Anthony Ortiz, King Anthony, right?
We weren't monitoring Luis Rivera's calls. Is that what you're referring to?
Let me rephrase it. July 19th, 2014, the day after the murder.
Right.
When Luis Rivera tells this story that Katherine Magbanua is there for the payment of money. Remember that, right?
Yes.
You have Luis Rivera's call detail records from that morning, right?
Okay.
And there's a whole bunch of communications amongst all the other people where he's communicating with King Anthony.
Oh, finally caught up with the chat, guys. I'm back. I'm current.
Anthony, right?
I have to take your word for it. I don't recall it specifically. But I know that King Anthony or Hibaro does get involved as far as going to pick up someone.
You never interviewed King Anthony, right?
I don't recall interviewing King Anthony, no.
You think that you would have written a report if you interviewed King Anthony, right?
Yes.
And Luis Rivera never made any mention of you about a third trip to Tallahassee, right?
I've never heard of a third trip, only two.
In all his statements to you, and in total, how...
Sorry, Ison, could you say that again? Yeah. So, Luis Rivera told you everything, and oh yeah, but Luis wasn't on the trip because Sigfredo Garcia elected to take a third party who he didn't trust as much and was a low-level Latin king, even though the Latin kings weren't involved with this in any way, shape, or form. Okay.
How many statements were there? 5/27/2016, 6/3/2016, 9/30/2016, 10/4/2016, right?
Yeah.
No mention of a third trip, right?
No.
Your reports only talked about 2 trips, though, right?
Correct.
Let's talk about the gun. You don't have the murder weapon in this case.
Do not.
You know the route that was taken by Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera after the murder, right?
Correct.
I-75?
Well, from here, I-10, but yes, to 75.
Now, you know this because the cell phone communications track the route that they take.
Correct.
Ultimately, the search for the murder weapon has stopped.
Yes.
There was a few attempts that were made in 2016.
Yes.
And that's it, correct?
I don't know if there's been anything since I retired.
In your time on it, it was limited to the end of September, the beginning of October 2016.
The end of September through October, you said?
Correct.
That sounds about right. I don't recall exactly when the last attempt was. It may have been as late as early November.
But ultimately, you made a few attempts to try to find it.
We desperately were looking for where the gun had been discarded.
Now, the reason why you're out there looking for it is because Luis Rivera is supposedly trying to help you find it, right?
Yeah.
He tells you Sigfredo Garcia, threw it near a bridge.
Right.
But ultimately, he was never able to give you the exact location.
No, he was not.
Your Honor, if I could throw it.
May.
I'm showing you it in 3 marks as defense 6. You know what that
I've
is.
seen it, yes.
That's the, well, I gotta lay this foundation question.
I'm with you.
You know what that is?
Yes.
All right, that's the drawing that Luis Rivera did for you to help you locate the murder weapon, right?
Yes.
All right. And you know what that is because you were in the room when he handed it over to you and Agent Sanford.
I believe, yes, on October 4th, I believe.
See, Isom just comes across. I always forgive Isom so much, you know, because he just comes across as such a genuine, nice guy. That would be great to have a laugh with, you know, spend a weekend with, you know, a holiday weekend. You want to use some of the condiments in his kitchen? You can help yourself. Pat Sanford's place, different story, you know, different story. Everything has to be arranged and, you know, you can only touch what's on the table and, you know. Isom's place would just be a free-for-all. Any holiday weekend would be just a great time with this guy.
And it's in the same or substantially the same condition it was in when you received it on October 4th.
It does appear.
Defense offers into evidence with the 3 marks of defense 6.
No objection.
All right, it'll be admitted as Defense Exhibit 6.
This is the best he could do for you, right?
He offered it. It was not even solicited. He just, when he came in for the interview, at some point he produced it, and with his limited education, that's what he got.
Dangerous guy, right?
Oh. I just thought of another one of the owl references that people love to talk about, like it's got any meaning whatsoever, which it doesn't. Tuto means owl in Greek, which would be great if anyone in this story was Greek. But they're not. There's no Stavros. There's no Christos. You know, there's none of that. There's no one of all the meals that are mentioned in this story. We've got the Maine lobster, we've got the sushi, we've got the pizza, we've got the paella, we've got the skyline chili. We've got all of these things, right? Is there ever once a mention of moussaka? Not once. Not once. No one's Greek. Tuto means owl in Greek. Okay. Well, and your point is what?
Yeah.
Career criminal.
Yes, my understanding, yes.
Potentially with a motive of not wanting you to find that gun, right?
I truly believe he thought it would help somehow for his credibility. If he could find the gun, he believed it would help his credibility.
You thought this would help his credibility?
He thought finding the gun would help his credibility. I can't help his artistic talent. But that's what he drove. He explained, he was very consistent in explaining, you cross over this bridge and you pull over on the side of the road right next to this guardrail. Well,
absolutely, Christina. Isom is a truly good-hearted man, you know. He would help someone in need in a heartbeat. Not selfish, warm heart. And you can just tell, which is why I forgive all of his, let's just call them idiosyncrasies, shall we? That's the nicest way I'm prepared to put it. No, but seriously, a good soul, good solid soul, you know, kind man.
There's only about 10 dozen of those things along I-75 if you go south.
Or perhaps he just wanted to present himself as appearing helpful so that he could get a deal.
I think the deal was already done at that point.
October 4th, 2016?
October 4th, 2016.
Took the plea the next day, right?
I don't know. I mean, but these trips were after that.
Rivera studied the classics at Oxford. No tzatziki. Oh, I love a bit of tzatziki, man. Anything better than yogurt and cucumber? With a little bit of, what else do they put? A little bit of olive oil on the top. Oh, that's good. With some nice bread.
These trips were all later than that. The trips down to South Florida to try to locate the gun were after he'd already entered his plea, to my understanding.
Investigator, I understand you've been retired for years and it's years out. Correct me if I'm wrong. You speak with him on September 30th, 2016. You get into a van that day and you're going to look for the gun, right?
No, that's incorrect.
You disagree that you went to look for the gun on September 30th, 2016?
I do disagree with that.
Okay.
Garlic and dill. Yeah, nice. Let's
go back to Miss Magbanua and her arrest. You were present with Agent Sanford in South Florida when Miss Magbanua was arrested.
Yes.
And she's arrested the day after Luis Rivera names her.
Yes.
Amy, there's a Spanish question here from Harley D. Can you answer that?
There's 10 to 15 law enforcement that surround Miss Magbanua.
Yes.
Guns are drawn.
There are some guns drawn.
She didn't flee.
She did not flee.
She was so scared by the police presence and the firepower that she urinated herself.
Apparently.
Apparently? You saw it, right? You were there.
I was told. I did not witness that actual action, but I was told she had.
The reason why you and Agent Sanford were there, you didn't have to be there for the arrest, right?
We wanted the opportunity in case her counsel decided to allow her to speak to us. We wanted to be there.
You were hoping that she would cooperate.
Of course.
To further advance this theory that you believed was correct.
Objection, argumentative.
Overruled. You can answer.
Sure.
To further advance the theory.
Sure.
Okay. And it was your words that if she had cooperated, no charges, nothing, you can walk out of jail once we get all this testimony from you.
Hold on.
Objection.
And that's what's the question? That he made that statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. You can answer whether or not you made that statement.
I'd like to have it repeated now.
All right. You can repeat that.
Would it help you to read your deposition? Do you want that, or do you want me to read it?
Just the question is fine. There was a lot going on here.
And your
There you go, Harley D. It's with a J and a fancy letter I with a little. It's not a dot. It's what is that? An accent. An accent.
words specifically, and your intent and your motive at that point specifically was no charges, nothing. You can walk out of jail once we get all this testimony from you.
That's what I reportedly said?
Yes.
No. Totally incorrect.
One brief moment, Your Honor. Investigate, give me one quick second. Can you point that white search? Yeah. It's a depot, but the page I'm on.
Come on, wrap it up, DeCoste.
Briefly.
Briefly, yeah. Judge Wheeler's got your clock, mate. It's ticking. Oh, look, these fancy Miami lawyers, they've got an iPad. Georgia Kappelman doesn't know what an iPad is. Because she's up here in Tally, keeping it real. Keeping it owl-friendly for our good friend, Duncan.
Objection, may we approach?
Okay.
Attorneys and hope to get cooperation, right?
Yes.
And you had talked about, on direct examination, about some phone calls, right? That you allowed Miss Magbanua to call Miss Kawas.
Yes.
And how about 10 minutes later you get a phone call from Mr. Adelson's attorney at the time.
Yes.
And your belief is that that somehow establishes a connection in between Miss Magbanua and Mr. Adelson, right?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. If you know, you can answer.
I thought that it was quite significant that another co-defendant or unindicted co-defendant's attorney had already learned about Miss Magbanua's arrest so quickly. There was no press release. It was within minutes.
Let's jump into this. So Miss Magbanua was arrested.
Yes.
You contact Miss Kawas, and the hope is for cooperation at that point in time.
Actually, it was just the phone was held up so Miss Magbanua could talk to the counsel.
You didn't take the phone away and have a specific conversation with Miss Kawas where she asked you for a copy of the arrest warrant to even know why Miss Magbanua was arrested?
I don't recall that. I think we had a separate phone call from my own phone.
All right. Now, are you aware of who else Miss Magbanua called? Now, are you aware that she called Sigfredo Garcia's attorney, Sam Zengane, to find out if he knew anything about what was going on?
Objection. Calls for speculation.
Overruled. If you know.
I've heard of it. I've heard that she did call more than one attorney, yes.
Hey, thanks for sharing the definition, the Yiddish definition, Jane Kreisman. Look it up. In Yiddish, gibber refers to rapid, unintelligible, and nonsensical talk similar to the English term gibberish. Yeah, I think I had heard that before, but it's nice to have it laid out like that, Jane. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Do you know whether Mr. Zengane called Mr. Marcus?
Objection. Speculation.
If
Do
he
you
knows,
know?
he
I have
can
no.
answer.
I don't know.
Now, the purpose of the communications, there'd be nothing wrong with attorneys communicating with another to say, hey, Has your client been charged as well, too? I don't have a copy of an arrest warrant. We want to know what's going on. Anything wrong in that?
At face value, it doesn't sound like it. Sounds like it's pretty quick, though.
Isn't it just looking at everybody and anything through dirty windows instead of clean windows?
Objection. Argumentative.
That's argumentative. You don't have to answer that. Next question.
You don't deny that Ms. Kawas was trying to get a copy of the arrest warrant from you to know the basis for the arrest, right? You don't deny that.
No, I didn't have a copy with me. I didn't have a copy on me to provide. She was not on scene. Ms. Kawas was at another location, and I told her where Katherine Magbanua would be transported, which was the Broward Main Jail, it's called. And that's where she could meet her client. And if she had, after meeting her client, if she decided to provide us any information, she knew my phone number.
You got one brief moment?
Yes.
So is it like talking in tongues, Cosmic Kitten? The Wailing Wall thing?
All right, investigator. Last topic here. We're going to turn the attention back onto Ms. Magbanua, specifically with evidence of innocence. There are hundreds of phone calls in this case, correct?
Yes.
You've reviewed those.
I can't swear that I've reviewed all of them, but I've reviewed a good portion.
You trust that they've been reviewed by
Yes.
law enforcement, though, right?
Yes, to my knowledge, yes.
You would agree that in those secretive recordings of literally hundreds of phone calls of Ms. Magbanua, there is not one admission of involvement or reference of involvement in this case.
Correct.
There is evidence, though, that she was working at the Adelson Institute, though, right?
From what you provided beforehand.
Now, there's also text messages, hundreds, thousands of text messages, right?
Yes.
Those have been reviewed by law enforcement, right?
I did not review them, no. But someone may have. I'm sure they did.
Nothing incriminating against Ms. Magbanua.
I have no idea. I can't attest to that.
Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera are arrested in June 2016, and there's a lot of media about it, right?
Yes.
She didn't flee, right?
She didn't flee.
Continued living her normal life, right?
To my knowledge.
There was probable cause affidavits. Now, for the jury again, a probable cause affidavit that's attached to the arrest warrant, right?
Yes.
That's that narrative, that long explanation of what's going on. There was an earlier version of an arrest warrant that was leaked to the media months before Ms. Magbanua's arrest, correct?
I remember something to that effect, but I don't think that was Magbanua's arrest warrant.
That it was both Charles Adelson and Ms. Magbanua, that there was arrest warrants that were leaked.
I just recall the one for Charlie Adelson. I didn't remember that there was one. I don't recall there was one specifically for Magbanua. There could have been. I don't know how they were leaked.
Okay, so let's stay on your topic of that. One was leaked for Charles Adelson to the media, right?
I just know I remember seeing it.
Yeah.
But that's the only knowledge that I have.
And within that arrest warrant, that PC affidavit to the arrest warrant, it talked about the theory that Ms. Magbanua was involved, right?
I don't know if that was in there or not. I don't know if that part of my report or any documentation that I did was in that document.
But those narrative sections are pretty thorough, right?
I'm sorry, the narrative sections?
It's just 1 minute and 9 seconds left, guys. Hold on tight. I know he's gone way too far. Fucking Kawas does that as well. Just overplay. He should have ended 40 minutes ago and it would have been quite effective.
of a warrant to get a warrant, because you have to establish enough to be able to make an arrest, right?
They don't necessarily, or not, everything in the case, if that's what you're saying.
Okay, but what we're getting at here is that that's leaked to the media and it's out there for Ms. Magbanua to see, right?
Okay.
She doesn't flee.
She never fled.
There was a special on 2020. You saw that, right?
Yes.
A 2020 special, national television, naming her is involved in this case, right?
Yes, she was named.
She went about her normal day. It's evidence of innocence, right?
I don't think you want me to comment on that. It's either way.
Nothing further, Your Honor. Thank you.
Redirect.
Finally. Right. I think the redirect is short, and it'd be nice to have George's voice in my ear again. Right. What happened?
Are you familiar with the attempts to interview Katherine Magbanua
Yes.
and simultaneously Sigfredo Garcia, her husband, the shooter?
Yes.
All right, and that was done on what date?
The 20, I think it was May 24th, if I remember right.
Okay, of what year?
I'm sorry, 2016.
Okay, and were you part of those
Yes.
interview attempts?
Yes.
What was your role in the interview attempts?
Myself and a task force officer from South Florida went to the residence at the time for Miss Magbanua. We knew she was home, and we went there.
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of direct and cross-examination.
Overruled.
Permission for recross on this
No.
limited topic.
No, not at this point.
She was home.
We went to that location in an attempt to interview her, to talk to her about her involvement and get as much information from her as possible before arresting her. We had no intention of arresting her. She would not come to the door. She actually was on a phone call with a coworker of the Sigfredo Garcia, and said she knew.
Objection, hearsay, move to strike.
That's sustained.
All right, so she didn't come to the door.
No,
How long were you out there?
15 minutes.
Knocking on the door?
Knocking on the door, standing out front, showing ourselves visibly.
Okay. And what did she do after that?
She called back. Well, she tried to get a hold of Garcia. And eventually they did talk to each other. I don't recall what happened after that specifically, that same day.
Yeah, she packed up her stuff, didn't
Well, okay, yes. Eventually, later that day, she did pack up her stuff.
she? And she left that residence.
Yes,
She fled that residence.
yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Residence.
Mischaracterization of the evidence. If we can please go sidebar.
No, I don't need to at this point. That's overruled. You can continue.
She didn't stay at that residence again, did she?
No, she did not.
And she dumped her cell phone that day, didn't she?
Yes.
And went and bought a burner phone, didn't she?
They met at Walmart, her and Sigfredo.
Her and Sigfredo both got burner phones that day, didn't they?
Yes.
All right. You don't make deals with criminal defendants, do you?
No, I have no authority to do that.
Do you negotiate how many years somebody's going to get?
Nothing like that.
Do you...
I know it's on 1.25 speed, but you can tell. Just listen to the pace of Georgia, man. She saved all this up, from her direct for redirect, right? Guns blazing redirect.
control
Kaplan
what
redirect.
it is that a witness is going to give as a statement?
No,
Do
nothing.
you suggest certain things would be good to give as a statement?
I can't. I have no authority, and I wouldn't do that.
Right, and you didn't do that with Luis Rivera,
No.
did you? Did you ever hear a statement come out of Luis Rivera's mouth? Were you ever present for a statement from Luis Rivera that did not include this defendant, Katherine Magbanua, hiring him and Sigfredo Garcia to come up here and kill Dan Markel?
No, it was consistently, his statement was always included Katherine Magbanua.
when you went to Coleman Prison to talk to him initially, he wasn't under arrest.
No.
He didn't have anything to plead to.
Objection, Your Honor. We're getting into leading questions.
That is leading questions. Please rephrase your questions, Ms. Katherine.
Did he have anything to plead to?
No.
He wasn't charged with anything.
He was not at that time.
Wasn't it Luis Rivera that told law enforcement for the first time that the money drop occurred the morning after the murder?
Yes,
Because we thought maybe it was the night before. We really didn't know, right?
that's correct.
And after Luis Rivera told law enforcement that the money drop happened the morning after the murder, that's when Chris Corbett looked at the phones and found all the evidence to
Objection,
corroborate
leading.
that statement.
What's your objection?
Leading and beyond the personal knowledge of this witness. She's talking about what another witness knows.
It's not leading. Overruled. You can answer the question.
That's how it occurred, correct. It provided, what he provided was a basis to look at where each individual phone was, each of the phones were that day.
At a certain time.
Yes,
And that wasn't something he read in a report.
no.
In fact, he didn't read anything in the report, did he?
Objection, Your Honor. Again, leading questions.
That's a leading question. Rephrase
Did
it.
Luis Rivera read anything?
I don't think he's capable of reading.
Not very well.
No, I don't know what education level he's at, but I know that he's limited on what he can read.
All right. The defense asked you about the evidence that their client was contacting patients. And was the evidence that you were shown on cross-examination by the defense any evidence of her, was she contacting a patient in what they showed you?
It didn't show that.
All right, so she's talking about contacting a patient.
Yes,
All right, and you're familiar with the wiretap in this case.
Yes.
Maybe not every single call verbatim, but in general, you get the idea of the wiretap.
Right.
You've heard a lot of those calls.
yes.
Okay. And are the parties speaking in code on those calls?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike in proper opinion.
That's it. I'm going to agree with that. That's sustained. And so the jury's to disregard that. Ask another question.
What was it?
Are the parties on those calls
Just again, I want to hear that.
every single call verbatim, but in general, you get the idea of the wiretap.
Right.
You've heard a lot of those calls.
Yes.
Okay. And are the parties speaking in code on those calls?
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike in proper opinion.
That's it. I'm going to agree with that. That's sustained. And so the jury's to disregard that. Ask another question.
Are the parties on those calls specifically referencing contacting patients in a way that does not suggest they're really contacting patients?
Hold on.
Your Honor, objection, and for the record, counsel has just done air quotes to indicate that somehow it was coding. This is a violation of the motions to eliminate. Will you please go sidebar?
All right. No, that's overruled. I'll allow the question.
Please repeat it.
Ask the question
Are
again.
people talking about contacting patients on this wire in such a way that does not appear there are any contacts being made with patients?
Yes.
Objection, in proper opinion.
Angie says Isom is gassy and has to poop. Who can answer questions? Oh, he's going to leave the witness stand pretty quickly. Runs down the aisle of the gallery, bursts through the courtroom doors, both of them.
Right.
Overruled.
Yes, it appears that it's staged language.
And you don't anywhere on the wire have any calls where Katherine Magbanua actually called any patients?
No.
Are you familiar with Katherine Magbanua's prior testimony in this case on October 9th, 2019?
Objection, Your Honor.
Are you, 1 Pariah 67, are you talking about the question that was, were the individuals talking in code on the wire? Well, it was sustained because of improper opinion. I mean, the structure of the question, called Isom to testify to, can you see what I mean? How can you explain that?
Your
No.
objection? Hold on. What's your
We can
objection?
go sidebar on this one.
We'll go sidebar on this one.
Like, how would Isom know for sure if it was code or not? Because he wasn't one of the participants in the code exchange. He could assume it would be code, and that would be proper opinion. So Georgia had to rephrase it and say, were the individuals talking in a manner that didn't appear they were actually phoning patients, whatever it was. Yeah, Charlie, thanks for the super chat. I will speak to you soon. We're just having another one of those busy weeks, but a couple of questions I've had come up in my own mind about the charge card theory. So I will reach out to you on Discord to get your opinion on those before we come out with our presentation. Thanks for the super chat, Harley. And we're skipping.
These iCloud.
He's under us. We'll just call him.
All right, so I wanted to
Look at Katherine Magbanua. What is she thinking? Talk about being out of your depth.
ask you about some of these iCloud text messages that you were asked about on cross-examination.
Okay.
Okay, one.
But you know what she doesn't do, I don't believe, is like doodle during testimony. So many crazy defendants we see that, huh? Jody, doodling, fucking, what's her name? Amber Heard, doodling. Ezra McCandless, oh my god. This is a picture of a goat? A cosmic goat?
One of them had to do with, just a moment, getting on the schedule. You recall that one? Being asked about that?
Something about a schedule, yes.
Okay, and that was offered to you as evidence that Ms. Magbanua worked at the Adelson Institute. Recall
Yes,
that?
that was-
Would it refresh your recollection to see the entire text thread in context?
Sure.
Counsel.
Right. So they're trying to say.
Yeah, feel free.
Right.
So on page 2 here, the top message is about this, put me in the schedule. That's what you were asked about. If you'll take a moment and just review this whole thread, you have to click way backwards. Let me know when you start.
Okay.
Okay, so does that refresh your recollection?
I don't really, yes,
You reviewed the context of that.
Yes.
Put me on the schedule comment now.
yes.
And what does it appear based on your review of the context that they were talking about in reference to putting her on the schedule?
Objection, relevance, and proper opinion.
Overruled.
It's, Ms. Magbanua is scheduling to get a wisdom tooth removed
By whom?
by Charlie Adelson.
Okay, look at it again because maybe it's not clear. Hold on.
I'm excited to start.
I can hear you from here, so.
Did you get that? Wow. Fucking brutal, that. Christopher DeCoste just said something under his breath to Tara. I'm excited to snort. And Georgia said, oh, I can hear you from here, so let's check that out. So what is she bringing him? What is he going to snort at?
In reference to putting her on the schedule.
Objection, relevance, and proper opinion.
Overruled.
It's, Ms. Magbanua is scheduling to get a wisdom tooth removed
By whom?
by Charlie Adelson.
Okay, look at it again because maybe it's not clear. Hold on.
I'm excited to start.
I can hear you from here, so.
Oh, man.
All right, so she's communicating with Charlie Adelson.
Yes.
Making arrangements.
Don't mess with the bear. Don't mess with the bear.
Yes.
All right, and that is his line of work.
That is his line of work,
All
yes.
right.
Georgia Kappelman said in an interview, I think it was on Surviving the Survivor maybe, that it's not uncommon for opposing counsel, prosecution and defense to, you know, somewhat socialize within the bounds of good taste at the end of each day sometimes, you know, or at the end of you know, to have a drink, something like that, after work, discuss the case, obviously respecting the respective positions, but she said there was none of that with Tara Kawas and Christopher DeCoste. There was no, hey, let's be professionally courteous to each other, or, you know, put aside the matter of the case and speak to each other on a human level. It was church and state the whole way through. No mutual respect, either direction. Well, I suppose it wouldn't be either direction if it were mutual. She is a nutbag, isn't she? Isn't she? You know. But you know, it's like people that go away to prison forever and have to square their whatever's left of their conscience with the abhorrent act they were responsible for. You know, you're still gonna have good days, aren't you? We're all human. You're still gonna do things, just feel like being silly, put some space buns on, have a nice picture taken. I mean, I think some people get freaked out by this picture going, oh, looks like she's having a real good time. Oh, smiling, are you? You know, what about what you did? Well, you know, she's been in for just shy of a decade now. I'm sure she's had lots of fun moments. I mean, maybe not as many as she could have, but, you know, people don't go to prison. Even Chris Watts, after killing his whole family, must have a joke sometime, right? I mean, it's just what we do as people. He must, someone might tell him a joke and he'll fucking crease himself laughing about it. I don't think it's possible for someone to be constantly in a state of contrition and, you know, shame, and you're gonna have good days, even on a life sentence. It's weird, isn't it? You're gonna want to play dress up and do a funny hairstyle, you know.
Your Honor, we can go sidebar, please.
Not another sidebar.
This one. It's like a website, yes.
All right. You were asked about, on Cross, about her making
Yeah. How many apostles does it take to change a light bulb? There's only candles in Jerusalem right now, and Pontius Pilate controls that racket.
phone call for him in August of 2014, and you were specifically asked about a message involving something about a site. You remember that?
Yes.
All right, that was August 12th of 2014. I'm showing you what the internet evidence will state 68. Are those the paychecks?
Yes.
When did she begin receiving?
September 18th, 2014.
So not during the time frame of the message you were shown?
Right.
And then lastly, you were
On what? On what, Angie? Where was the devil's advocate?
asked about a message involving Charlie Adelson instructing Ms. Magbanua to say she worked at the office rather than, or to put that she worked at the office rather than at home.
Yes.
Okay. And in that message, did you have an opportunity to review that
No.
message? Okay. Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 5. And content is shown down here where it says body. So just take a moment.
Okay.
So what is Charlie Adelson advising her to do in those?
It's hard for me to see.
Oh, Angie, I feel like I'm missing something. What am I missing? Please tell me. You've got my attention now. I'm curious. I'm curious what you're on about.
It appears that he's saying, put that you work in the office, not at home.
Soap's on the bed right here. She's asleep.
She responds,
No shit.
yeah, well, we already went over that. No shit, Sherlock. LOL.
All right, and
And I can't
we
make
don't
out-
know the context as far as what form or document or to whom she's representing she works at the office,
Right.
do we, based
No.
on that exhibit?
Right.
Okay. And it appears, it suggests that she's to misrepresent where she's working, doesn't it?
That's what it sounds like, because it says, I don't know pay period dates.
Objection, leaving counsel testifying.
All
Would
right.
you-
Let's add, put in the form of a question.
Would you expect someone to know the pay period dates if they were employed?
Yes.
So based on this further review of those text messages, as you sit here today, do
Yes.
you have any evidence that Katherine Magbanua was in fact employed at the Adelson Institute?
No.
She was getting a paycheck from there.
Yes.
I think right.
All right. That concludes our testimony for today. And so I'm going to excuse you for the day. I'm going to ask
How's Soap feeling?
that you...
Yeah, she's okay. She's been weird, like behavior. Well, I think it's the change of environment more than the. Like she had some vaccines the other day, so I don't know if that's like affected her. But she cannot get tired. We're walking about 15 miles a day at the moment. It's like, what the fuck? And she still wants to go out. Driving me mad. But what can you do? Now we're back at the vet on next Wednesday to get the sample taken from her bump and an ultrasound. So I'll keep you posted.
You come back tomorrow again at 8:30. We'll start promptly after everyone has arrived. And I'm going to, again, remind you, don't watch any news reports, don't look at anything on the internet, don't have any conversations with any friends or family members or with each other. And we'll see everybody here tomorrow morning at 8:30, and we'll start soon after that. Okay? Have a good evening. Thank you. You can just leave your pads on your chairs, and we'll take care of those.
Alright, I reckon we've got time for one more short one. That's the end of day one. Because I know that there's the first witness from day two, and then it's straight into Wendy's testimony. And I'm not touching that today. So why don't we just take it up to Wendy's testimony, and then we'll leave it there. We'll be back with that. Are we going to be on tomorrow? I don't know. I don't know if we are or not. I might not commit to that just yet. We'll put up some on-demand stuff, definitely, in the day. Hang on. Where am I going? This one. Okay, so some of the housekeeping is important. I've turned up the audio on John Laroe's statement, and wait until you see this, guys. I'm sure a lot of you have seen it already, but sometimes it's easy to miss.
This is Katherine Magbanua, 2016 CF 3036, 2018 CF 497. Ms. Magbanua is present along with her counsel and the attorneys on behalf of the state. All right, so I've received the witness list, and so it looks like we have 5 witnesses on board for today. And so, Ms. Kappelman, how many do you think we'll get done with by our lunch hour this morning?
I'm hoping to get through Mr. Lacoste by the lunch hour, Judge.
Okay, and then just Mr. Rivera would be this afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Okay?
I'm not going to do it today, Cosmic Kitten, the perp walk. We've done it twice before, though. Check it out on our channel page. Maybe we'll do it again soon. Maybe when we get closer to the trial, though, you know. We'll start developing a Donna theme soon.
Your Honor?
Yes.
Because the state didn't let us, they only let us know that they would be calling Ms. Adelson and Mr. Rivera today.
Because the state did let you know?
Did not let us know until this morning that Mr. Lacoste would be testifying today.
Okay.
I am handling Mr. Lacoste and I do not bring my documents. So I would need to return to the hotel to pick up my documents in order to properly cross-examine him.
Can you believe this? She's trying to blame the state for forgetting her fucking documents. Keep everything with you. We've all seen those attorneys that come in with those little carts with like 10 of those brown boxes on them. What do you call them? Painters boxes or builders boxes or something.
This is one of the issues we had, Judge, with them not telling us fully who is going to be called.
All right. You're either going to need to send somebody, or you're going to have to do it during the break, or whatever you need to do.
On a break, if I could probably send someone. I just have to be able to have her locate all the documents.
All right. Well, it's the fourth witness. Just do what you have to do. I mean, you know, the state's not required to provide you with every bit of information. We knew that there were 2 other witnesses testifying today, so you just make sure that you get your documents, and however you need to do it, then I'll depend on you. Okay?
All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Sort your shit
All right,
out,
the
girl.
first thing that I want to address is in regards to Wendy Adelson and a non-party motion that I received. And so is Mr. Laura present? Okay, Mr. Laura, good morning. Let's see,
Here
we
he
don't
is.
have the podium in a good place at this point, but you could just step right up to the podium. Good morning.
Yes, Your Honor. John Lauro, and with me is Miss Adelson. Your Honor, as you know, Miss Adelson has been subpoenaed by the state as well as the defense. She, without a state subpoena, would unequivocally invoke her Fifth Amendment rights. We want to make that clear for the record. In light of Your Honor.
Without a state subpoena, she would unequivocally, very important word to use, invoke her Fifth Amendment rights, not say anything on the stand, right?
There's prior rulings and direction. We wanted to put that on the record. However, with respect to the state subpoena, it automatically confers use and derivative use immunity on her pursuant to Florida Statute 914.04. That use and derivative use immunity would only apply to a state subpoena and not to a defense subpoena. So in light of that, we would ask respectfully that the court quash the defendant's subpoena, since there's no purpose and no appropriate purpose in calling a witness simply to invoke in front of the jury.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Laura. Any questions that are given to Ms. Adelson if she was called with the defense case, is she going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights to any question that's asked at that time?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm assuming any question would have to be relevant and germane to the matters in this case, and as a result, she would invoke as to those questions.
All right. And so I'm just going to assert my previous ruling that I've made, and I did restate it on the record yesterday, is that she'll be required to testify.
I think there's a very good reason to make her be called by the defense and have her invoke her Fifth Amendment privilege on the stand in front of the jury. You know? I think the defense should be able to ask questions of her. So that the jury, I mean, alright, you're not supposed to pass a judgment on a witness for invoking their Fifth Amendment privilege. Well, why not? We're talking about the murder of your children's father and you're invoking your Fifth Amendment privilege, don't you think that has a little bit of bearing on your own culpability? Don't you think that the jury should see that that's what you're going to do? You know, you're entitled to not answer questions. Okay. Well, the jury's entitled to know that you're not going to answer questions. I mean, fair is fair. John LaRoe wants it quashed. Quashed. Yes, that's right. Quashed. I would petition the court to quash the request. I want to start using the word quash in my daily life. What a nice sounding word.
Under the state subpoena, the cross-examination will be limited to whatever the state's brings forth on direct. So that's what the cross-examination scope will be limited to. There's no piggybacking or bringing in any other information just because she's under the state subpoena. That's not going to be permissible. And then she's not going to be permitted to be called as a witness. Now that we know that she's just going to assert her Fifth Amendment rights, she won't be called as a witness in the defense case at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. That's
Okay.
exactly our understanding of the law.
All right. Okay. Anything else for the court?
No, sir.
Okay. I'm going to ask that Ms. Adelson.
And I think it's pretty amazing that the judge didn't have to give that any consideration whatsoever. I mean, John LaRoe put it across very well, but that's what you get from a very high-priced lawyer.
And then please remain outside the courtroom because she's subject to the rule.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
And Your Honor,
Yeah, walk away and smirk, Wendy. Let the jury see you smirk.
is our cross-examination ability, which was precisely in this case of Katherine Magbanua versus State.
And you think she tells Ben and Lincoln where she is and what she's doing? No fucking way. Mommy's on a business trip. You know?
That was issued by the first.
Not that they'd probably noticed that she was gone anyway. The kids are with Donna all day, every day.
ECA on this direct issue warned about this exact thing happening, which is that, and the court even stated that it would be reversible error for our cross-examination to be limited because the state can tailor their direct examination to prohibit us from going into areas that could potentially be relevant.
All right. Thank you. Gone through these arguments before. I think you've made a record prior, and so I appreciate that. You further made your record, and so my ruling stands.
I appreciate it. Thank
All
you,
right.
Judge.
Thank you.
Yeah, sit down and shut up and go and get your documents. Mommy is with Miguel. You know.
All
it,
right.
Angie.
And first witness will be Marcia Rodriguez. Okay. All right. So anything else from the state before we bring the jury in? Ms. Kappelman? Ms. Dugan, is this your witness?
No, sir, this is Ms. Kaufman, but I did want to follow up with the court.
Okay. I did some research myself on that, and
No microphone.
Testify, and I just want to give the court as much notice. If we can get some sort of secondary table, perhaps something like this, or if we can use this one for Mr. Rivera, there's just a lot of paperwork, all of those transcripts, and I'll be able to move a lot smoother if I have it laid out.
okay. You're asking, do you want that up here by the podium when you have the podium up here? Is that what you're asking?
I put it next to me. I need something a little bit bigger than that. Your courtroom officer is pointing out. If I could potentially use that from the state, it would work out great. It would move real smooth. I just have it next to me laid out.
It would move real smooth.
Okay. So I want to make sure what you're asking for. I don't know what you're pointing to over here.
Oh, this right here, stay with that. Stay over the cross.
Okay. Okay, so it can remain right there, and then you just want to set your items on that?
My view of it
Okay. All right. Well, there's some things, I don't know what that is on it. And so I want to make sure that, let's see if we can get something else that would be sufficient that gives us at least
I could so see Christopher DeGoes like going into the what do you call it, the products board of Walmart and speaking to, you know, the decision makers to introduce them to a new product and demonstrate it to the board. You know, it's just, if the lawyer thing doesn't work out, Chris, I think you've got that sector covered.
square footage of what that table is that we could wheel in here? Okay, we'll get something available to you. We'll make sure that it's in here by lunchtime for your use after that, okay?
Thank you so much, John.
All right. Okay, anything else before we bring the jury in?
Nothing from the state, Your Honor.
Nothing from the defense.
All right, thank you. Okay, let's bring the jury in, please. Good morning. 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 Good morning. Good to see you. Good morning.
Smiley, Tara. You're too personable,
All right, please be
Tara.
seated.
It comes across as insincere.
And again, good morning to everyone, and thank you for your timeliness. And we are doing our best to remain timely for you here in the courtroom. We're ready to continue with the testimony at this time, and so the state may call its next witness.
All right, last segment, guys. It's a very short witness.
Please state your name and spell your name.
Good morning. My name is Marcia Rodriguez, and it's spelled MarciaRoDriguez.
Do you think she drinks from the furry cup?
Where were you employed back in 2014?
I worked for the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long did you work for TPD?
I worked with them for about a little over 27 years.
And what's your current status?
I am retired, but now I'm back as a reserve officer working for the Tallahassee Police Department.
All right. And back in 2014, what type of duties did you have at TPD?
I was assigned to our Special Investigations Division as a digital forensic investigator.
What does a digital forensic investigator do?
So when investigators or officers need assistance with trying to obtain evidence off digital devices, cell phones, computers, tablets, those types of things, they would bring those items to us that work in that position to assist them in trying to collect the evidence off of it.
And as part of your duties back in 2014, did you download a device that was purported to be owned by Wendy Adelson?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. What type of device was that?
It was an Apple iPhone 4.
What type of downloading do you do?
So we would use the tool that we use to extract the evidence off of the phone.
Fury Pesto, it's probably 5'1" with the spiky hair.
Is Celebrate. It's a tool that allows us to plug.
Colin Farrell, yes.
Up the phone. And
It's amazing how well he does an American accent, isn't it, for an Irishman?
pull out the electronic data and print it out or pull it out into whatever type of format we needed it.
Right. And so the downloading process creates an extraction report.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but does not change the content of the phone itself.
Oh, no, not at all.
All right. I'm going to approach and show you what I've marked as 55 through 58. You recognize states 55 through 58?
Those are, so when we do an extraction on the phone, we can create a report from it, and these are pieces from that report. They're samplings. It's not the entire report. It's just pages from that printed report.
And are they fair and accurate portions of the Cellbrite report from Wendy Adelson's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
That you downloaded?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, at this time, I'd ask to move into evidence states 55 through 58.
Any objection?
We may take a look at it again.
Sure.
You.
The thing about Colin Farrell is he really becomes the role, doesn't he? I really believe that this is a witness. He just, you know, is it method acting? Like...
You're good.
Were those admitted, Your Honor?
Excuse me?
Were
Not
those
yet.
items
I'm
in
still
there?
waiting if there's any objection.
Okay.
You okay? Yeah. No objection.
All right. Be admitted as states 55 to 58.
No further questions.
Cross-examination.
Your Honor, if we go sidebar on something?
Sure.
I think it ends there. The witness needs to go out and review a document, which is called back later. Oh, it's all social distance, doesn't it? Look. 2022. That'd be bad, wouldn't it? You have to go to your son's murder trial and you get COVID. Terrible. And we're still in fucking Bruges. Angie, this is the person that downloaded Wendy Adelson's cell phone information with the Cellbrite software, among a few other things, like technical forensics sort of stuff, I guess.
Ms. Rodriguez, we're going to ask you to review some documents before your cross-examination.
Yes, sir.
And once you review those documents, I think you'll see why. So we're going to continue your cross-examination after the break so that you have an opportunity to speak with counsel and take a look at some documents
finished,
so that
Christina.
when we bring you back up, things will go a little bit smoother.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, and also so you won't have to be recalled at a later time.
Perfect.
Okay?
Yes, sir.
So I'm going to excuse you at this point. You're still subject to the subpoena, and we will see you back for your cross-examination after the break, and the attorneys will be talking to you outside. So if you could just go remain out there, and they'll see you soon.
Yes, sir.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to superimpose what's her name, Marcia Rodriguez onto the front cover of In Bruges with Brendan Gleeson. Who would play Brendan Gleeson's role? General Isom, I suppose, right? How about that? Yeah, that works. Yeah, maybe we'll have a look at that tomorrow. Okay. Well, we are saying good night because the next witness is Wendy. And yeah, we'll probably be back tomorrow, maybe yes. I'll try and let people know in Discord as soon as we know. So, good night, everybody. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Thank you to everyone in chat. Thank you for the supporters. Thank you for the super chatters, the super sticker givers, the super coffee go-getters, the fantastic bulletproof Metrix moderators, and everyone else that, you know, is there but we don't see, because we know there's a bunch of you too. So thanks, everybody. And yeah, interesting show. We explored some ideas that weren't even relevant to the topic. But I still enjoyed it. And I hope you did too. So we are going to say good night, everybody. And see you later. Have a pleasant evening.